Thank you all so much for coming. We have so much going on this week. You're going to have a great time. We're so happy that you're here. We have, just so you are aware, 6 different stages this week. Lots to look forward to. We have a space stage today. We have fintech, if that's your thing. Tomorrow we're going to have SaaS. On Wednesday we have an AI stage, which I think is going to be a very hot ticket. Right now, coming up here on the Disrupt stage, we have some amazing speakers. Right behind me, you're going to be seeing Assaf Rappaport, who is the CEO of Wiz, the cloud security company that you may be aware was in talks to sell to Google not too long ago for $23 billion, and he's going to be telling us a little bit about that. A little later in the afternoon, I'm going to be sitting down with Vinod Khosla, the billionaire VC who, of course, wrote the first check to OpenAI. Very excited about that. And later, today we are going to have the Foster sisters here, Erin and Sarah Foster, who bring new meaning to the term dynamic duo. These two are involved in so many different businesses. They are VCs, they have a fashion brand, and they also have the hottest show right now on Netflix, Nobody Wants This, which I hope that you've seen. If not, I definitely suggest checking it out. It's great fun. But throughout the week, there's going to be so much happening. Also on the stage, we're going to have tomorrow Tony Fidel. We have Ashton Kutcher coming with his sound venture partners Effie Epstein and Guy Oseary. We're going to have the CEO of GM, Mary Barra. Very excited to have her here for the first time. Matt Mullenweg of WordPress, who of course has been very much in the headlines lately. Perplexity's CEO, Arvind Srinivas, and football star, entrepreneur, and activist, Colin Kaepernick. So much good stuff to look forward to. If you miss anything, don't sweat it. Just download the Bizzabo app. If you are not familiar with Bizzabo, just check your email. There's directions on how to sort of download it and what to look for there, but we'll have video on demand there. It's also just going to tell you how to get around this whole space and give you a calendar of what's happening. There's going to be lots of great roundtable breakout sessions that you should also check out. Also with really interesting people, including the COO of Thomson Reuters and ad executive for the head of Goodby Silverstein, which is a top ad agency. So anyway, just lots of really great stuff everywhere. Network, please do network. There's also great networking things that are happening in the evenings which you should check out. You can learn about that on Bizzabo as well. But anyway, that's it for me. Please enjoy, and I'm going to now introduce you to our editor-at-large, the lovely and talented Mike Butcher. Thanks, everybody. Enjoy the show, and thank you again for coming.
Hello. Is this thing on? Hello, everyone. Goodness me, it's like a picture of Dorian Gray in reverse, isn't it? How are you all? How's everybody? Who's here from San Francisco and the Bay Area? Yes. Who here is not here from here at all? From international people, marvelous. Wonderful. Well, I'm not from here either. I'm from England. It's just below Scotland. You may have heard of it. And as an Englishman, I was excited to hear that Oasis will be touring America, finally, again. Thank God, And of course, coming to San Francisco, I thought, you know what, I'll prep the city for Oasis, trash it, rough it up a little bit. And I thought, too late, they've already been here. So anyway, look, I'm not Ricky Gervais, okay? Give me a break here, right? Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a wonderful day today. We've got some brilliant content. But the other thing that's going on is that next week is just going to be so exciting, isn't it? I can hear the excitement in the room. Everyone's so excited. I'm extremely excited, and I was absolutely, I'm going to be here as well. It's just going to be nuts. And in particular, I'm very excited because there's this brilliant new musical on next week at the Downtown Theatre in Berkeley. It's called Pickpocket, and I'll be going there. It'll be on next week. It's directed by Sky Tar. And what's the plot, ladies and gentlemen? Well, the plot is a thief has his eye on a precious jewel. And I thought, wow, I'm so excited. I'm really going to be going to that show next week. Anyway, moving on. We're going to have a wonderful day. Please follow TechCrunch for all the updates on social media. Follow me at Mike Butcher on all your socials, your Threads, your Blue Skies, your Mastodons, and something else out there that's called Zed. or something. But we're going to be kicking things off now, ladies and gentlemen, with a founder that made enormous news recently by turning down a $23 billion acquisition. Was that a dumb move or a stroke of genius? Let's find out. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Assaf Rappaport, co-founder and CEO of Wiz, and your moderator is our managing editor, Ingrid London. A round of applause.
Can you guys hear me? Thank you. Hi. Wouldn't it be funny if we didn't talk about Google's $23 billion acquisition, now that it's been mentioned twice?
The 23-ton elephant in the room?
Yes, exactly. The proverbial elephant in the room. We're going to start off with that.
Oh, okay.
Big surprise, right? Okay. So, listen. So I'm just going to set the scene a little bit. You guys had just raised $1 billion. I wrote about it. $12 billion valuation. Everybody was kind of like, wow, wow, Wiz, whoa, whoa. Is this Wix? Is this Wiz? No, it's Wiz. Okay, big cloud security play for you. You're going to do tons of M&A. Suddenly, out of the blue, news breaks that Google wants to buy you for $23 billion. They wanted to build a new cloud security business. They wanted you guys to be basically the anchor of that. It looked like it was a done deal. Everybody was kind of talking like it was all happening. And then 1 minute later, boom, gone. Deal is off. And according to the memo that you sent out to your staff, sounded like you guys walked away from the deal. What really happened?
Ooh. So again, I can't talk specifics as you
can talk specifics
as you can imagine. But
yes.
But I must say that it's not a unique position for startups to be, thinking about acquisition, getting LOIs. Like even at Wiz, we got some discussion and some offers in. None of them was leaked, and none of them was as big as the opportunity that we talked about. And also in my first startup in Adalum, actually, it was both leaked and eventually were acquired by Microsoft. But I think I found it as a CEO and founder, it's a fascinating position to be if you think about this position. I actually, in retrospective, it's fascinating. When it happened, I was super nervous. It was one of the toughest decisions ever. And the reason it's a tough decision, and the reason I'm looking at it as a fascinating today, is like that. As a CEO, you wear so many hats at the day that you're looking into such an offer. And when you're talking about a credible buyer and a premium. Definitely a premium valuation. So definitely you're thinking, first of all, like as a founding team and the executive team, so kind of these are some interest on there. And then you need to also to act on the behalf of your investors. Also investors are very different. You have like the early VCs that care about some things versus more of like, let's call it the growth or private equity that care about other things. So that's another group. You need to think about your customers. What's right for them. You're thinking definitely about your employees. And you're also negotiating as a future employee of the buyer. Mm-hmm. So and actually in that time, a lot of contradictions in a way. I'll give an example. For the investors, this is a financial outcome as a whole. Like this is, it's kind of the end of the relationship with the startup in that case. For the customers, employees, and for us, this is the beginning of a new journey. It's a milestone in the company. So we might care about many other things. So again, the problem when you have it, and by the way, the leakage a bit helped on that, is that most of the stakeholders that I mentioned, you can't actually talk to them. I cannot reach out to employees and say, hey, we got an offer from a company, this is the valuation, what do you think? Do you like this company? Would you like work for them?
Before it gets leaked?
Before it gets leaked. Actually, after it gets leaked and after you turn it down, also you cannot truly talk about it. As you can imagine, these topics are very, very sensitive, both for Wiz, but also for the buyer. So I would tell you, I had so many sleepless nights. By the way, trying to think what's best for myself, but also for all the amazing people that I'm working and our amazing customers. And I think we did the right choice.
You think you made the right choice?
We'll see.
Yeah. Well, it's really interesting because I talked with a couple of your investors in that period between the news leaking and then Wiz walking away. And I got a distinct, kind of like they were really excited for the next step. I mean, this is going to be a big deal for them to get that win. That exit was going to be big.
Interesting. They were telling other things, but
interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. So
no,
I was going to ask you that question. So what did you go to them for advice? Did they counsel you? Were they like, Assaf, we believe in you so much that we believe you will do the right thing. If you want to walk away, you can. Or were they like, this is a really good deal. You really, really should consider it. And then they were just like, what was the?
I'll tell you, is in general, I think mainly in healthy companies, in good companies, and I'm talking about this is 95% of the companies. It's not to be, you don't need to be a unicorn or other stuff, but a healthy company with healthy relationship with investors, it's always the founder's decision.
Good.
In a way that you can, board and investors cannot force me to work in a standalone company if I believe that the future should be with Microsoft or Google or Amazon. If that's what the founding team wants, it's very hard to say, hey, no, you must continue on a standalone, and vice versa. Think about it that I don't want to work for a larger company and I want to still continue to run. Nobody going to buy me if I'm telling you. So truly, it's not about, I know that in the Silicon Valley, there are much more sensitivity about voting rights and stuff like that. I think eventually, if you're building it right, it's always the founder's decision in a way, and that was the case at Wiz as well, but also in Adalum. I'll tell you that when you're turning down an offer, 23, 20, whatever, you're thinking about how you build like $100 billion company. Right. That's what you have in mind. That's kind of the goals that you need. So truly, it's a shift in the mindset that you have when you're thinking at that scale.
Were you thinking a bit also about Adalum? So a bit of context. This is not his first rodeo. You had a previous company, Adalum, which I wrote about. It got acquired by Microsoft for a lot less money, $320 million.
Let's see what ends with Wiz. Maybe it's more. So.
Exactly.
Okay.
But you went there and you basically became the anchor to their cloud security services business. You built it. It's now like a $20 billion business, apparently, something like that. So, good job. But did you look at that and think, oh my God, I missed the opportunity to do this as an independent company? Is that why you left to form Wiz?
It's interesting because I found typically we were perceived like in the Silicon Valley or in these industries like, hey, second timers, you mentioned it, is not my first rodeo. I think that the time we served, in a way, at Microsoft was super, super valuable to what we're doing today in Wiz, in a way that is even more important than my Adalum journey as a standalone, as a startup. I think we tend to overlook the expertise outside of the startup community and the ability, in Microsoft, I think I learned a ton, probably more than I learned in Adalum. I'll give you several examples that actually helped me build Wiz. I think the number one is the scale. You talked about the scale of the business. It's also the scale of technology, building technology as a startup that you have very minimal resources and you're trying to get to the first milestone of first customers and you're trying to take some shortcuts and stuff like that versus building, an infrastructure to serve hundreds of millions of customers and users around the world. This is very, very different. So I think that's one thing that we took and implemented from the beginning in Wiz. I think that the interesting for me, it was also fascinating to see that the amount of technology that we created in Adalum, in my first rodeo, it was 2.5 years, and we created the technology debt of 10 years. This is crazy. So to build it right from the beginning was something that definitely we learned in Microsoft. I think another thing is the access to the customer and the customer obsession. Microsoft, every door, every CIO, every CISO, if you want to talk, if you truly want to understand big companies' problems, it's very easy and very easy access, even for engineer or to a product manager at Microsoft, the ability there. And I think, again, we overlook these opportunities, and that's kind of what we learned and saw, the Fortune 100 problems that helped us also to build Wiz. And the last thing is more culturally, I would say, and that's actually what I came to Microsoft. I was thinking for 2 years. I stayed for 5. I was negotiating, again, going back to negotiation. I was negotiating, to the holdback to be minimal. 2 years.
You always knew you were going to leave and start another startup.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave after 2 years, but I stayed for 5. And the reason is I think that meeting Satya meets every founder of a company that Microsoft acquires, no matter the size in a way. And first conversation with Satya is sharing with me about the Learn It All company, from know it all to learn it all, and basically saying, hey Assaf, I'm here to set the rules, you're here to break the rules. And looking at such one of the giants, and one of the best companies in the world, and Satya as a leader, that took me about the importance of leadership and culture in a company, no matter the size. How important is that in a change?
All the same, when Google came along with an even bigger deal, and presumably a very, very open opportunity to kind of build what you wanted, because they don't really have, they have a bit cloud security, but it's not really a massive business. You would have been bolted on as that, so you would have had all the freedom to keep building your culture and so on, but all the same you said no. Why?
Again, if I'm going to the independent way, that now we're heads down on that, the opportunity in the cloud security space, that's where we're playing. We believe it's bigger, definitely bigger than endpoint, bigger than network. So the opportunity to become a $100+ billion company is there. We believe that the company that's going to kind of own cloud security in the world going to be a $100+ billion company. I'm not sure it's going to be Wiz, but if we'll do the right things and we'll execute, and I think it's kind of in our hands. So basically, when I needed to bet, I'm betting on my people and their execution abilities.
Okay, so how were those people responding to you saying, by the way, we're not going to do the Google deal? Were they like, hurrah? Or were they, what? What was the reaction?
So this is where I was wrong in a way. I thought, again, I didn't had a chance to truly speak with employees, and I was thinking that employees might be disappointed.
Right.
Because I'll start with hey, 23 billion is a premium on the value of Wiz,
right?
Even today. So definitely it's a bigger.
They have shares. It would have been a massive lift for them.
And I was thinking, if they're reading in the newspaper, maybe they're starting to look for new apartments and new cars, and so starting to cash out in a way. And
Yes.
thought, I was in a way shocked about how happy employees were about our independent road, and their excitement about the journey and the excitement from customers. So definitely that encouraged me. But again, Google is a great company. They have an amazing technology, amazing products, and also amazing security business.
Okay, I'm going to ask one last question about Wiz getting acquired, because I wasn't going to ask this, but you've mentioned them. Has Amazon also tried to acquire you? You mentioned them. You said whether it's Microsoft, Google, or Amazon. So I thought, have they tried? Have they been knocking on your door too?
I would say that cloud security is relevant for all cloud providers.
Okay.
So definitely.
You're still getting approached then, aren't you?
No. Everybody all care about Wiz. We are perceived as enablers to the business. That's kind of what is important by the way, for all the players, because if Wiz will do a good job, and by the way, also Wiz competition and our market, more data will move to the cloud, will be more agile, which is great for the business and also great for the cloud business and the cloud providers.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the Amazon question. Have you been getting other? I kind of think you've been priced out of M&A at this moment, though, with the Google approach.
I truly don't know anymore about. I'm not doing any bets on Wiz anymore, I'm like, yeah.
Okay. Now, going back to Wiz itself, so I have been very struck as a journalist by how many times investors whether they're one of your investors, so you're backed by some really big names. You've got strategics like Salesforce, but you've also got Sequoia, Andreessen Horowitz, Thrive Capital, really, really big names. Even when it's not them, it could be completely different investors. You've got Index, et cetera, but let's say totally different. Everyone is remarking on what a rocket ship you guys are. I think you're being called one of the fastest growing SaaS startups in the history of SaaS startups, right? So we're talking massive growth. And yet there are literally hundreds of other cloud security startups in the market, which we will talk about what you guys are doing with them in a second. But what is it that Wiz has done or figured out that these others have not? Like, why are you guys doing so much better than a bunch of others, including some that look a lot like you guys?
I think, just to be fair, there are things that we've done right, and there are things that we are lucky to be in the right time and in the right market. And again, I think the atmosphere to become the fastest SaaS company was, hey, cloud security problem is huge. Think about, we started with COVID. It felt like the worst timing to start a company, right. But if I need to pick a time in history to start a cloud security company, probably it's March 2020 when Wiz was founded. and people rushed to the cloud. Digital transformation plans that they had for 2 or 3 years were done in 2 months, and we created like a security debt. So all of that created and pushed for an amazing market.
Security debt, is that what you just said?
Security debt, yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
And all of that, not related to Wiz. So zero education, large market, big budgets. That's, I would say, timing and luck. I think on the execution piece, I would say is going back to the customer obsession, going back to what we learned in Adalum and the Microsoft acquisition, I think it's the way we listen to the customers. The first thing we've done before writing any line of code is talking to 100 CISOs, Chief Information Security Officer, to better understand the problem. Truly, I thought cloud security is a problem that was already solved. Even in Microsoft, that was my thinking. But talking to the customer and understanding the problem and understanding the problem is how to build an effective cloud security program. It's not only about how many tools and detection I have, but truly about the business value in cloud and kind of the maturity of the buyer in that aspect. That was new, and I think that understanding that allowed Wiz, to grow so significantly.
Let's talk about the significant growth at Wiz. So you guys, the notable thing is that you're in the balance of point solutions versus platform. You guys have very much taken a bet on platform. All in one is your kind of mantra. Do you see this is not the question I wanted to ask you, it's going to be about M&A.
Okay.
But do you see that pendulum swinging away from platform at any point soon? Because I feel a bit bad for point solutions. They're just all going to get snapped up eventually, or made obsolete at the moment.
I don't feel it's going back in a way. I'll tell you the two forces that I'm seeing in the market. I think number one force is the market is looking for consolidation, and in security, it's not about the vendor fatigue or procurement initiatives to have less and less vendors and stuff like that. It's truly more valuable to have everything in one platform. So if you understand that vulnerabilities and misconfiguration and data are all connected in one place, and we can reduce the noise, and again, going back to building an effective security programs in your organization, you understand you must have a platform. So that's one force that we're seeing. And at the same time, which is really interesting, we're seeing the force from more of the VC and the startups. If you go back to 2020, 2021, and even early 2022, tons of money poured into cybersecurity space, niche players. Also, us as founders, we had only one dream. Everybody going to be unicorn, everybody going to IPO. I think we are sobering from that, and I think there is a lot of pressure from LPs to the VCs to show some returns. So the other force that we're seeing is pushing also startups to consolidation, and consolidation for startup means for exits. again, we're seeing, what like the movement from unicorns to zombies. Startups that last time they raised was 2021, although it was a big round, but they're facing a tremendous down round, and business is not growing as expected. So these two forces, in our belief, we're going to see, what we call the year of acquisitions and consolidation. Again, it's a market force, but also the startup and VCs are being pushed there.
I'm kind of surprised no one's really coined the term zombiecorn. I guess that sounds odd, actually. Okay, so you guys I wrote about a $1 billion fundraise that you guys did for M&A, pretty much to feed into the trend that you've just been talking about. And now there's also some rumors that you guys are in the process of closing even more money at an even higher valuation, which might have some secondary. I don't know if you care to comment on future fundraising?
I would say, again, we just raised $1 billion for acquisitions. So I would wait with any raising more funds for acquisitions. So
well, all the same, $1 billion, a lot of money. That was before the summer. There was, I think, in May or April or something.
Yep.
I haven't seen you make so many M&A moves, though, since then. You have made, I think, one, tiny one. Gem was maybe even before that fundraise. So, in fact, you haven't made any M&A since that deal was announced. Now, are you making quiet deals that are just not being reported? Or what's really happening in the M&A market? Is there really not as many opportunities that you're really that interested in? Is the money being used for something else, like cloud servers to manage your business, or what?
M&A is tough. I think there are many opportunities, and we'll see more M&As, by the way, not related to Wiz in the security market and specifically in cloud security. So definitely we're going to see more of that. I would say we've done, in the last 12 months, we've done 2 acquisitions, Gem and Raft. So again, I would say that we're pretty active in a way. For the size of Wiz, we're 4.5 years old startup. So definitely on that side. I would say that the one thing to remember about consolidation and the market, and also M&A, one of the, that's the fault of us as vendors in the security space, but it also happens in other places. We're thinking about consolidation and platformization as like, hey, we'll buy a startup and shove it into customers, and kind of more of M&A as like repackaging or bundling in a way. That's not true consolidation. That's not what the market is asking for. That's why M&As, at least at Wiz, when we're thinking much more strategically in a way of how do we, combine the product in the one technology stack that we've built. For us, when we're talking to startups and opportunities to M&A, it's less about the technology that they've built. Like many vendors would like, hey, this is the technology that you've built. I have a tremendous sales force. I'll take this great technology, push it into, bundle it, and start selling it. We're actually looking at the opposite. It's not about the technology that you built. It's about the technology that you didn't build.
Right.
In a way, all the things that, if I'm taking you to the starting point with all the expertise that you have, with all the mistakes that you've, I love your mistakes, because now we can rebuild it right. We can take all of that and rebuild it in a way, going back to the Adalum lessons, the 2.5 technology debt, let's kill this debt immediately. Let's build it as one technology stack. So it handles 2 things. One, building the right technology, but more important is actually for the customers themselves that are looking for real platform and not for bundling or suites in a way that's not truly integrated.
Yeah, that's been the failing of a lot of M&A plays. I mean, not to slam one of your investors, but that's always been how people describe Salesforce. It's just a collection of acquisitions rather than proper integration. So yeah,
M&A is truly tough.
Yeah.
So I would say again, having the money doesn't mean that you need to be active. We won't do things just to show that we're active in the market that might not make sense. We're risk averse, and we understand that this is a culture fit that we're looking. Think about it, we're a 1,500 people organization. So almost every acquisition is a tremendous culture that's coming and might affect. And actually we're looking to improve our culture as well. But every acquisition is a massive acquisition for us. And also as I mentioned, we're 4.5 years old. We're a toddler in many things. We're still building our character in a way. Yeah. So we take it very, very carefully. But I do believe that more things to come.
Okay, so are you talking with startups now? Are there targets at the moment that you're working on?
I would say that the amount of corp dev that I'm involved is striking. You know, I'm looking at my weeks over the last couple of months versus a year ago.
Yeah.
It's a night and day on the corp dev investment that I'm putting into.
Are you taking a very active role in it then?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the most important. You always have the organic growth that you continue. You must have the engine that growing and tons of innovation that is coming out of Wiz, the Wiz Code and Wiz Defend, and we're doing amazing stuff. But also the opportunities of inorganic growth.
So what are the gaps that you see right now that are harder to build and easier to bolt or bring in from outside? Is it about customers that you want to be able to access, or is it about technology? And if it's tech, what is it that you think you need?
It's neither. It's all about people.
Okay, so it's the people.
And it's not acqui-hire. It's all about the people. It's about the people interaction with technology and what they've learned. Again, and they might did tons of mistakes, but these mistakes are good for us. It's the people interaction with the market and the customers that they access and their key learnings about what's a real problem, what's important to solve, how the market thinks about it. But it's the people eventually. So that's my focus always.
So there is like no product gap that you think you guys have right
There's so many gaps in our world that would enable us to truly believe that the market opportunity is so huge for Wiz. So again, there are many things that we super important, like priority zero in a way that we want to do and we're not handling right now. And some of it we'll handle it organically, some through acquisitions.
Okay, so there are a lot of things I have not gotten to that I've wanted to talk to, but I'm very glad to hear you guys are a risk-averse. You take a risk-averse approach because you're a security company. That's what you need to be. I want to just shift a little bit, if possible, to because of where you are and what you see. And security breaches are the thing that is, the story of the moment, over and over and over again. You guys, of course, use a lot of AI in your approach to being able to detect what's happening and follow patterns and so on. I'd like you to answer this question in any way you want to, but what are you seeing as the big threats right now? So this can be, what are the biggest security threats to corporates? Or what do you just see as the biggest threats in the market right now? Or how is a particular technology impacting us?
Yeah.
Please answer it right now.
I totally agree with you. Probably you saw the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's kind of how security feels in the last couple of months. From critical infrastructure. I think just because we're a week before the election,
yes.
I think that's kind of the state actors, the nation state cyber actors that are, looking into cyber influence operations. We are seeing a lot of that. We see Russia and Iran and China very, very active, specifically in the US. It's interesting to see that each one has different targets in a way, like the Russians are more looking into one candidate versus the Iranians that are looking into other candidates. So very interesting to see all the geopolitical. Add to that, again, I'm Israeli, so very, very conscious about the Israeli-Hamas, Lebanon-Iran conflict, the Russia-Ukraine conflicts, the potential China-Taiwan. So many things in the geopolitical things that we're seeing. I think one of the interesting things that actually related to a small startup named Wiz is that the implications of what we're seeing in the federal gov and election related in a way in the influence, what we're seeing is like deep fake. For example, 2 weeks ago, dozens of my employees got a voice message from me.
Who got it?
Dozens of Wiz employees that
Really?
the attacker tried to get their credential. It's super interesting because it was a voice message from me that basically what the attacker did, because we are able to track it down where they got my voice in a way. Actually, it was from a conference very similar to that.
I'm sorry. I hope no one creates a deep fake of you from this.
I'll tell you the good thing. I'm so nervous. I kind of have a public speaking anxiety, so my voice is squeaky, So when this is not my real voice typically, so when they're using that, attackers, so it doesn't sound like me on the real day-to-day job. So that's how they were able to say, that doesn't sound like Assaf.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, but yeah, deepfake that we saw, in other spaces also impacting even small startup like Wiz.
Who made the deep fake of you then? Did you trace?
No, we traced where the voice came.
Traced where the voice came from, but did you trace who tried to infiltrate?
That's why cyber attacks it's so beneficial. The risk, of getting caught is very low. Mm-hmm. So to find exactly, you might find which group it's related and stuff like that. But no, actually we don't know at all. So
are you trying to figure it out? Do you have the capability to try to do that sort of forensic analysis?
So we have a lot of measurements to,
yes.
Again, related to Wiz, but also unrelated to Wiz. As you can imagine, we talked about risk averse and being a security company. We're using lots of security products and partners that we have to protect exactly against things like that as well. But it was fascinating as well.
That's amazing. So not even a cybersecurity company is safe from cyber attack.
Oh, no, nobody is safe.
Yeah.
And also this is not the Wiz promise. It's a hard work. It's about the people that you have in the organization. It's about the processes and then technology that supports them. And we're supporting the number 3 technology, but it's truly about the processes and the people that organizations have.
Wonderful. We are out of time. It's very lovely to have you here. Thank you so much. Thanks everybody for coming and listening.
Thank you.
Do you want to take a water?
Okay, everybody. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Quick Mexican wave. Come on. Yes, come on. Yes, thank you very much. Marvelous. Welcome to TechCrunch Disrupt. It's going to be an amazing day. Mike Butcher, editor-at-large of TechCrunch, better than being editor-at-small. Follow me on Mike Butcher. Now, next up, ladies and gentlemen, is the Startup Battlefield. Are you ready? Yes! Startup Battlefield, session 1. Now, first 5 companies. So we're going to be hearing from Alice Brooks, Khosla Ventures, Rohan Ganesh of Obvious Ventures, Galim Emanbayev, Lightspeed Venture Partners, Corinne Riley from Greylock, and wrangling these judges will be my good friend and colleague from TechCrunch, Anthony Ha. Round of applause, everybody.
Thanks, Mike. Hello, hello. It is very exciting for me to be here. This is my first time on the Disrupt stage since 2019. But of course, you're not here to see me. You're here to see the startups. So let's talk about the Startup Battlefield. The first thing I should mention is that the Startup Battlefield isn't just here. There are actually going to be 180 startups presenting at the Pitch Showcase stage. But here, we're going to be seeing the top 20. That represents less than 1% of the total applicants. In this block, we're going to be seeing the first 5 of those companies. They're going to present for 6 minutes, and those presentations will include live demos, which is always a little hair-raising. Then we're going to have 6 minutes of Q&A with the judges behind me. The judges will be helping us choose the finalists who present on Wednesday. They're going to be focusing on the viability of the companies and on the potential impact that can either be social impact or financial impact. Again, on Wednesday, come back. You'll see the final presentations. They're going to be competing for the Disrupt Cup. That includes $100,000 And I should mention that TechCrunch does not charge any fees at any point in this process, and we don't take any equity in the companies. We're just, nice. So those are the rules. Let me introduce our awesome judges. First up, we have, just the first I'll mention, let's say. First up is Alice Brooks, partner at Khosla Ventures, where she's interested in sustainability, food, agriculture, manufacturing supply chain. She's previously founder and CEO at Ruminate, a STEM education company. Next up, we have Rohan Ganesh, partner at Obvious Ventures, where he invests in companies at the intersection of science, technology, and healthcare. Previous to Obvious, he led venture investments in healthcare, biotech, and diagnostics at the Google spin-out Verily Life Sciences and at North Pond Ventures. Next, we have Galim Imanbayev, partner at Lightspeed Venture Partners, where he focuses on health tech and services investments. His interest in health is rooted in his childhood experiences growing up in Kazakhstan and following his father on rural medical trips. Last, but definitely not least, we have Corinne Riley, a partner at Greylock, where she partners with early-stage founders who are creating data and AI products at the infrastructure and application layers. She built Greylock's Edge program and launched Greylock's Scout program. So give it up for all of our awesome judges. All right, I'm going to bring out the first startup. Before I do that, I do have one request for you. Please keep in mind, these startups have been preparing for months for this presentation. They've been working so hard. They've been working hard for even longer than that, building, their own startups. And so I just ask that you show them your support, show them how excited you are to be here, watching them demonstrate on this stage. And so let's put that to the test. Let's bring out Nitrofix. Presenting for Nitrofix is co-founder and CEO of Ofira Malamed.
Hello, I'm Dr. Ofira Malamed, co-founder and CEO of Nitrofix. At Nitrofix, we have developed a groundbreaking method for producing decentralized, emission-free ammonia from just water, air, and renewable energy.
Okay. Sorry, where do I see my slide?
Oh, there you go.
Okay. 1 minute, technical. The other side. Okay, hi everyone. I'm very excited being here, so I'll start. So I'm Ofira Melamed. I'm Nitrofix co-founder and CEO. At Nitrofix, we are changing the ammonia world. We have a decentralized, affordable production of green ammonia. So you probably ask yourself, why ammonia? Ammonia is the world's second most produced industrial chemical, mainly being used as a fertilizer. Around 200 million tons of ammonia are being produced every year. Its production method was invented 100 years ago by Professor Haber and Professor Bosch. Both of them got a Nobel Prize for their invention because it enables a mass production of ammonia, which enables the growth of the population all around the world. This process includes 2 steps. The first step is production of hydrogen, which is made out of fossil gas and emits huge quantities of CO2. The second step is reaction of hydrogen with nitrogen at elevated temperatures and pressure. This process emits huge quantities of CO2. For any tons of ammonia that is being produced via the Haber-Bosch method, around 2.5 tons of carbon are being emitted. This is a staggering number. It's around 450 million tons of carbon emissions every year, roughly as Great Britain emits a year. So if we look at it, we have the global emission. Usually those are huge facilities located in remote places, and they are using fossil gas, which adds supply chain risk and price fluctuation. And this is where we come, Nitrofix. Based on technology developed by Professor Ronnie Newman from the Weizmann Institute, Nitrofix was established. The technology uses only water, air, and renewable energy that goes into our electrochemical cell, and we are producing ammonia with 0 carbon emission. This electrochemical cell is known as electrolyzer. We have our proprietary catalyst to do this reaction from just water and air, and this proprietary catalyst enables us to do the reaction at low voltage. And the meaning of low voltage is low power consumption, and therefore low price of production. It is a simple and safe operation, and it's a one-step process, which means low capex. For our customers, it is constant and low production cost of ammonia. It's eliminate the supply chain hurdles and the transportation cost that is associated with the ammonia. And of course, it is a green solution. Now we will move to the demo, live demo at my colleagues from Israel. So Dr. Meital Alon, so let's move to the demo. Thank you. Go ahead, Meital.
Thank you, Fira, for the introduction. I'm thrilled to demonstrate our state-of-the-art ammonia-producing electrolyzer system featuring a 250 centimeter square active area incorporated with our breakthrough catalyst. This system is fed with air, water, and renewable electricity to produce ammonia locally with zero carbon emission and with the lowest production cost. Back to you, Phil.
Thank you. Let's move back to the slide. So what we are going to sell, so we are planning to sell the decentralized green ammonia generator. We are going to do a strategic partnership with electrolyzer manufacturer that we would bring our core knowledge of production of ammonia, and he would bring his core knowledge of electrolyzer manufacturing. And we would sell the generator, the consumables, the maintenance service, and of course, licensing is an option. So if we look at the market, it's, as we said, it's a huge market. Nowadays, mainly fertilizer, refrigerant, and raw material. But as regulations are changing, a new green energy market is evolving. Ammonia can be used as a nitrogen carrier. It is already been used as a fuel for maritime. There's one vessel that is going out around the world with ammonia engine and ammonia, and of course, as a gas turbine power generation. And the estimation that it's going to grow to triple the consumption that is needed. So what is our go-to market? We plan to go to industries, something like, which uses ammonia as their feedstock, raw material, any pharmaceutical, food industry, cosmetic. For example, I dye my hair, so for any woman that dyes her hair knows that ammonia is needed to dye the hair. And I do want all the things that I'm using to be sustainable. So for me, it is important that the ammonia would be also green ammonia. So we are looking for companies that sustainability and regulatory compliance are important for them. They are low to medium volume users. They have experience handling ammonia. Don't forget, ammonia is a poison, and we don't want regular people that are not trained to produce ammonia. And for those companies, the consistency of the ammonia supply and the price is important. We started a discussion with the companies that you see here, with BASF, with ICL, which is a fertilizer company, and L'Oreal, and more and more. So I will not go into the competition because I'm running out of time. So we are based in Israel, and we won the Cleantech 2 weeks out of 50 best companies to watch. And I couldn't do all of this without my amazing team back there in Israel. So as you can see them here, 6 of them PhD, either in chemistry or mechanical engineering. And we have Professor Ronnie Newman, our scientific advisor, to support us. So thank you. I join you.
Thank you, Nitrofix. Judges, who wants to start us off?
Maybe you could tell us a little bit about your differentiation from other green ammonia approaches?
Sure. So I skipped this slide because we had no time. So something fun. We are the only. So the other competitors usually are using two-step process, which uses the first step are using hydrogen. So they produce green hydrogen, and then the next step they take this hydrogen and react it with nitrogen to produce ammonia. We have a one-step process. We go directly from water with, of course, nitrogen or air to ammonia. So by having only one-step process, we can save capex, but also we can save a lot of electricity, because just the production of hydrogen requires 1.8 volt of the reaction, and our reaction is around 2 volts. So we need the same energy of just the hydrogen, but then they have a second step of the Haber-Bosch, the hydrogen and nitrogen, which requires additional energy and additional capex. So therefore, we are much more competitive, and our price should be much lower.
How much cheaper can you get to?
So according to our calculation, once we reach the performance that we are aiming to be around $350 per ton of ammonia, green ammonia.
Other questions?
Excellent. How experienced are your customers with actually running plants decentralized?
So that's the reason we would like to go with chemical manufacturers that are experienced with manufacturing. So the reason that we don't think it's right, because ammonia is being used as a fertilizer, so we could go theoretically to the farmers themselves and tell them, take this system and produce your own ammonia. But for now, we think it's not a great idea at this stage because ammonia is hazardous material. So we would like to go to a chemical manufacturer that anyway knows how to manufacture. They know how to handle hazardous material. So therefore, they know how to produce. It would be quite easy for them to adopt additional production method.
And is there a minimum scale for these customers for you to become interesting?
So this is one of the things that we are testing now. So we've signed 2 LOIs with universities here in California that by the end of next year, they will test like 1 ton of production of ammonia. So this would be our first system that goes into the market, and we want to test it together with our customers to see the production and to see if they have any questions. And then we can, since it's an electrolyzer, so I didn't say it, so it's a modular system. So you can start with a stack in one size and then enlarge, or you can stack few stacks together. So once we have the technology working, then it's a modular system.
I'm curious, how volatile has the ammonia market prices been overall? And the reason why I ask is, I imagine your direct customers would want to, they'd be impacted by this. This will still be a CapEx, maybe lower, but still CapEx. So I'm curious how volatile that has been and how that could impact their investment decisions, into an early stage opportunity like this.
So that's a great question because the answer is very volatile. So for certain times when the gas prices went up,
yep.
The ammonia price went up to $1,500 per 1 ton of ammonia, even more than this. And this is what we call X factor. So this is without the additional of transportation. So when the gas prices goes down, the ammonia price goes down. So this is a lot of fluctuation within the price. So in our case, 70% of the production cost is coming from electricity. So we are aiming to have renewable electricity on site. So to whatever the demands of electricity that is needed, this is what we are going to use. So it should be quite constant price.
And maybe can you expand further on what some of the early customer learnings have been? Sorry? Can you expand further on what some of the early customer learnings have been?
Okay, so we had a discussion, first of all, EnBW, so this is a German company, so they are doing electricity. So they came to visit us in Israel, in our office. So what is the interesting thing? They are doing renewable energy, and in some hours, they have too much renewable energy, so they don't know what to do with this renewable energy. So one of the ideas is that once they could produce ammonia, store it, and then use it back as an energy source. So for them, the electricity price is almost neglectable because they are the one that is producing the energy. Other companies that we are discussing with are chemical manufacturers. For example, we spoke with Adama. It's a pesticides company based in Israel. So for the pesticides manufacturing, they do need ammonia. So they need a constant supply of ammonia. And sometimes in Israel, it's a bit challenge. So for some time, they've paid $2,000 per 1 ton of ammonia. And in other times, they had no ammonia at all. Just for your question, we had discussion with BASF. So BASF they have their own facility to produce ammonia, but they're using fossil gas. But since the war from Russia and Ukraine, so the fossil gas pipe was damaged. So they had no fossil gas to produce their own needs of ammonia. So they are looking for alternative production methods that are not based on fossil gas. And this is huge point.
All right, unfortunately, we are out of time. So give it up one more time for Nitrofix.
Well done.
All right, so it is time for our second startup battlefield company. That company is Forest Guard. Presenting for Forest Guard is co-founder and CTO Batuan Esirger.
I'm Batuan Esirger, and I am the co-founder of Forest Guard. We detect open-air fires in the first 15 minutes. We cover over 2 million square feet, and we yearly detected more than a dozen, both industrial and forest fires. And we are just getting started.
Hi everyone, I'm Batuan. I'm sorry for the dystopic entrance, but wildfires are emerging in an increasing rate. And if we're not careful, this will be the reality of our children. We are here to change that. I was very lucky enough to have grown up in a well-forested area, and this place does not exist anymore. In 2021, we had enormous wildfires in Turkey. I was a volunteer drone pilot, and this is the last photo I take from that place. And this is not limited to Turkey as well. This is a global problem. And do you know how much of an area burnt down in California just last year? It was around 250,000 football fields. Let me visualize that for you. If we center the Apple Park, this is what we are looking at. Imagine all this area burnt down and nothing left. Why? The problem with the wildfires is we get notified too late. Global average is around 90 minutes. And the methods that we are using right now, like drones, cameras, satellites, are slow to detect as well as expensive, and they do need special infrastructure. And it costs us a lot more than we can imagine. Just last year, it was around $500 billion for the US. This is where we come in. We detect fires in the first 15 minutes with a fraction of the cost and without any infrastructure. Our devices analyze the air. We measure temperature, humidity, as well as gas resistance. With gas resistance, we take the fingerprint of the air, so we can say what is the source of that smoke. Is it somebody smoking a cigarette, or is it a wildfire? And also, we do provide 10 different variable measurements as well. These data are then sent through the satellite to our servers and analyzed, and if needed, authorities are alerted immediately. We provide fire detection in 3 sections. Before fire, we provide risk maps, so you know where to look for if there should be a fire. In case of a fire, we alert you in the first 15 minutes, and if somehow fire spreads and we cannot intervene in the moment, we can always predict where will it go next. Let's cut to the demo. So, as you can guess, I was not allowed to set the stage on fire, so we are connected to my co-founder in France. Dr. Ernek, we are live and here seeing you. Please go ahead. So, Dr. Ernek will now provide us with a controlled fire, and we do have a device located around 50 meters away from our fire source, and we'll see how much time it takes us to detect it. Okay, we have a good fire right now. I'm narrating over it. Because of the time difference, you can see he is operating in the dark, so time zones. But we have some lighting setup, so. If you can look closely, you can see the orange strap in the tree. Normally, we put 1 device per 3 acres, and this provides us less than 15 minutes of detection time. My and Dr. Ernek's phones are connected, and I just received the SMS notification. Thank you, Dr. Ernek. If we can zoom into my phone, I can show you the exact message that I just received. So, as you can see, this is the message that I just received, and we can click on the link and see the exact location of the fire, just within seconds. It's somewhere over the knees. Let's get back to the slides. So, we do have an online database that you can always look onto it 24/7, get the live data from the devices. And you can go up to 30 days to 60 days to see the relevance as well as the sensor readings. Our customers are private forestry and governments. We work with energy distribution companies, resort hotels, insurance companies, as well as high-risk factories. We had more than a dozen of awards, including our patent, and we have a lot of success stories as well. We have been able to interfere 14 different fires so far, one of which was an industrial fire. In this paper recycling facility, we were able to detect the fire 4 hours before the visible smoke, which saved the facility 1,500 tons of paper and $6 million in damage. And it was just a $6K installment. You can either buy our devices or lease them as a turnkey solution. This allows ease of scale for both for us as well as our customers. We have over 2 million square meters of installment in Turkey, and we are ongoing POCs in North America. Sorry, we are ongoing POCs in Europe as well as Australia and UK, and we are hoping to get to North America in the next quarter. We are a team of 7 with 2 co-founders, and we are hoping to expand our team as well as our operations. For this, we are seeking for $1.5 million in seed round investments. We are hoping to get 10,000 active devices in the next year and cover 12 times the size of San Francisco. Do you remember this map from the beginning? This damage could have been drastically reduced with just 8,000 Forest Guard devices, about $4 million. Wildfires can be reduced and controlled. For this, we need early detection, and for early detection, we need Forest Guard. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Okay, great. Judges, do you have any questions?
Maybe just some basics to start off. Just walk us through like the unit cost or understanding essentially how long this lasts, like the depreciation of this device over time, and how often you'd have to replace it.
Yeah. We do have a 5-year of field life that we provide our customers, and we have ongoing 3 years of devices right now that still function. Our devices have solar panels, so you don't have to change batteries or anything. And with the satellite connection, you always have connection over the Europe as well as Northern America. And base unit cost, you can buy one device per $500, or you can lease it yearly for $250, device and the services included. If you buy the devices, first year services are included, but the next year you have to pay $100 per device.
Okay.
Could you tell us about the tech behind it? So are you using off-the-shelf sensors? Is there anything defensible in the sensor system or in the modeling that you're doing?
Our secret sauce is the model. Okay. We are using off-the-shelf sensors, but we are producing our own custom motherboards, and we tend to keep everything modular. So in case something breaks down in the device itself, we can always take them back, change those parts, and send them back in.
And a follow-up, because you already have these out on trees, are there other applications outside of wildfires where this extends to and makes sense?
Yes, we pivoted to detecting fires in the industrial facilities as well, the example that I showed. The thing is, we do abnormality detection in the air, so we can always say the devices learn about the area normals, and if something goes out of the ordinary, we can always get notification. So this can be implemented for toxic gases, harmful gases, and flammable gases as well.
So if we were to talk in, let's say, 3 to 5 years and everything's going successfully, what would your guess as the split between government and commercial use cases be?
Probably around 70 to 30. 30 government, 70 industry, and maybe consumers.
if I had to just follow up on this and push you and decide, why not the inverse? To me, the immediate reaction of what you're getting from the ROI to a customer in a much localized environment where you can probably control reliability seems really interesting. Why not lean in further into the commercial use case and the factory use case rather than the government?
We are actually leaning in more into the factory and the commercial use case. So they are a lot faster than to act regarding the government. Yeah, right. So we are going there where it hurts the most. So it's 70% industrial and consumers, and 30 government.
Got it.
Speaking of a high-risk live demo, I've never seen a live fire during a demo. How do you think about maintenance, and what's the economics on actually maintaining, like on a per acre or hectare basis?
Normally we put, for high-risk areas, we put 1 device per 3 acres. And for maintaining, we do not require anything out of the ordinary. We had some cases depending on the forest types. Sometimes the solar panels need some cleaning, but we can always measure those battery levels and solar charging levels through our system and alert our customers accordingly. Right now, we have devices about 2 years running without any maintenance needed.
Maybe you could walk us through how big do you think this market is, and given your customer mix, where do you think you can take this?
Our most easy to adapt customers are, again, industrial ones, especially with the high flammable stock ones. And when we're talking about Middle East and Europe, we do have a market around $18 billion on fire detection in industrial facilities. And right now we are opening a branch in France to reach out to European customers at the moment, as well as I'm running the Mediterranean and Turkey operations from Istanbul. My co-founder, as you can guess, relocated to France and having some new business relations over there.
Any final quick questions? Okay, if not, give it up one more time for Forest Guard, the first startup battlefield company to set something on fire for their demo. Thank you so much.
Well done.
Next up, we're going to have Spiral Wave. Presenting for Spiral Wave is co-founder and COO Adam Ahmad.
Hello, my name is Adalum and I'm the co-founder of Spiral Wave. We are the first company in history to make liquid fuel out of thin air, and we do that at price parity with fossil fuels.
Hello everyone, my name is Adalum Ahmad, and you guys heard that right. We're making fuel straight out of air, and we're the first ones in history to make fuel out of air. And the nice thing about this fuel is that it's convenient. It's liquid fuel, just like your gasoline, like your diesel. So it's compatible with existing infrastructure. But for us to get to this point, we had to make this huge paradigm shift in how we approach the technology in making renewable fuels. So currently, there's this industry called the carbon capture and utilization industry. And this industry basically recycles CO2 and converts it into valuable chemicals and fuels. But the issue with this industry is they're using technologies that were established hundreds of years ago. And they use technologies like membranes, catalysts, and zellulite. You guys probably don't know those terms because those terms are not commercial today. You don't see them in the industry today. So what you're looking at here today, if you can go to the next slide. Yeah, so this is the current supply chain of making sustainable fuels. You have to capture the carbon dioxide, you have to get the H2 from electrolysis, and then you put them in these reactors, and you combine the H2 and the carbon and produce renewable fuels, whether it's gasoline, whether it's diesel, and jet fuel. But the issue is, you're doing the capture and you're doing the electrolysis. Those all cost steps. Every step you reduce the efficiency. So what we've done is we've removed the capture and we've removed the electrolysis and we went straight into the fuel production. So what we have here is basically a reactor that reacts with carbon dioxide straight from the air and water and makes renewable fuel. So if you can go to the next slide. So this is our reactor. We're sending these pulses. It's made out of chips only, steel and chips. So this is like the first microchip-based, fuel synthesis reactor. It's like Silicon Valley before the chip revolution. They were, they were stuck with these computers that would fit the size of this room. But then they moved to the chip, and that's where the revolution happened. So we've done exactly that, and we put the chip, the whole climate chemistry inside this chip, and we're sparking this new era. So the fuel that we produce is methanol. So if you can go to the next slide, please. And to best describe what methanol's potential is, by referencing this Nobel Prize winner, George Olah. He's a legend in the fossil fuel industry, and he says, if we can produce methanol efficiently and on a large scale from atmospheric carbon dioxide and hydrogen, it could replace oil and gas both as a fuel and as a chemical raw material. So we're talking about oil and gas, the two largest markets, and if you can produce them efficiently and on a large scale, it can replace both of them. And just to go a little deeper into that, can you go to the next slide? Yeah, so methanol is used as a fuel for the maritime industry, and it can be converted into all the other chemicals and fuels. And it's also a convenient energy storage because it's liquid at room temperature. So, it's compatible with existing infrastructure. So, as you said, the issue with this vision is making it at a large scale and efficiently. And, our technology promises that and achieves that. And I wish George Olah was still alive today because his vision is coming to reality. And I'm going to show you, here it is. Can we go to the demo? Let's turn to the demo. So this is my partner, he's Abid. He's currently in our lab in Austria. He's heading to the reactor. And
hi. So this is our reactor here. I hope you can hear me. So this is basically a 2-meter chamber in the air, and it's the world's first cold plasma reactor that can convert CO2 into methanol. And here we got a methanol sensor that we can monitor converting CO2 from air into methanol. So let me turn on this thing here. So it will take a few seconds to stabilize the plasma. And here we go. So these are, for every pulse of this plasma, we convert CO2 directly from air into methanol. So if we look to the temperature for this plasma, it's almost room temperature, it's like 100 Fahrenheit. And if we go to methanol sensor here, we can see it starts to read out and increasing the value of methanol flow as we, like the bubble keeps going up. So this is really the world's first reactor that converts CO2 directly from air into methanol in one single step. So thank you.
yeah, so we're not capturing the carbon dioxide here. This is straight air and water. And we miss the water into the chamber, so we get the hydrogen, and we react in both, and we capture the methanol in a water tank. So what this does is it brings the cost of capture and carbon capture and utilization to zero, because you can capture the methanol in a simple water tank. Because methanol dissolves in water, so you don't need to have these membranes and other sorbent materials that separate the carbon from the air. So by converting it first to methanol and capturing the methanol, you bring the cost of capture to zero. If you can go to the next slide, our plan is to put this reactor in this container where we ship it to our clients. They have industrial emissions, and we convert their industrial emissions into methanol directly. So we take their emissions and we convert it directly into methanol. We also have plans to distribute it in the future, this container, and you can produce methanol anywhere that has air and water, so basically everywhere. And so if you can go to the next slide. So as we said, this is a chip-based.
Wrap it up.
Yeah, this is a chip-based reactor. This is how we plan to scale this up. We go from a small reactor to a larger one, and we plan to distribute these throughout the world. And you can remove gigatons of CO2 with solar fuel reactors. It's like 100 times more efficient than any other reactor. So that's our technology. If you go to the next slide. Yeah, so right now, we completed the plan.
Pretty much out of time. Can you give us a final thought?
Yeah, so last but not least, ultimately, we're the first company to make fuel out of air. I mean, that's super revolutionary. This is a new paradigm that we're entering in. It's like you can just simply plug it into a wall outlet and put it anywhere in the world, and you're making liquid fuel. And this liquid fuel is compatible with the existing infrastructure, and you recycle gigatons of CO2 into fuel. Thank you.
Thank you, Spiral Wave. Judges, who has questions?
Very cool, thank you. How would you characterize the key technical risks as you scale up?
Can you repeat that question?
How would you characterize the key technical risks as you scale up?
So technical risk-wise, there's no technical risk. The reactor is producing methanol. You guys observed it. The only steps to continue further developing this is increasing the airflow so we can get more CO2 interacting with the plasma. And that's like just optimization processes. But technical risk, there's not, like with what's currently established, there's no risk. That's for our microbeam. That's the one that does from air. But the reactor that converts industrial emissions into methanol, that one is completely commercially ready. So we take flue gas, and you don't have to worry about having a low concentration of CO2, because air is like 0.04% CO2. With industrial emissions, it's like from like 6 to 9, 10%. So you have more CO2 that you can convert into fuel.
So for that device that you showed, that you said is commercial ready, what would be the cost of methanol coming out of there?
Right, so obviously this reactor is, main cost is the electricity. So that's what's the input. So if you have 2 cents electricity, you can produce it below its price point in the market today, which gives you the chance to sell it at price parity.
And then for scaling up, you said more airflow was one of the key levers.
That's right. I need to interact more CO2, get more CO2 crossing the chamber, so you can convert more of that CO2 into methanol.
So if you solve that problem, you could then be cost competitive with fuels.
For the microbeam, for the one that does it with direct air, and we plan to do that like next year. But for this year, we're working on commercializing the flue gas to fuel, because you don't have to worry about the low concentration of CO2.
How are you? So I think I understood the response to Rohan's question. I mean, maybe there's no science risk. I mean, there's always engineering risk, I think, in terms of scaling. But I'm curious your take on what is your IP strategy here as well? Assuming everything is looking like it is, what are the core IP components that you have to protect?
I mean, it's the ignition. That's the core revolution here. It's how you ignite low temperature plasma at room temperature. I mean, at atmospheric pressure. So this is the core technological breakthrough, the core scientific breakthrough. It's plasmas, they're hard to ignite, and they require super high energy to ignite. And when you ignite them, they're ignited in a non-uniform way, so the energy is distributed non-uniformly. So you have like cold spots, hot spots, but the core here is creating this uniform plasma. So you have even temperature throughout the plasma field, and you're creating this avalanche of ions. It like goes from the bottom to the top, and that's like just a much more efficient way. So you have an efficient way of igniting this plasma that's low temperature, which enables the production of methanol. So there's different parts that go into the IP, but this is the core breakthrough in the science. That's like the core breakthrough in the microchip, and how you create a microchip that enables this plasma to ignite. But then we add the software over that on how to produce the methanol, how we calibrate different parameters of the chamber of the reactor to bias towards the formation of methanol.
Maybe walk us through what does commercialization look like, and if you were to predict the next 2 years of the company from a scaling perspective, what do you want it to look like?
So right now, the largest methanol plant produces 2,500 tons of methanol, and to put that in perspective, that's 1/10 of what a single container vessel ship consumes. So it's super not scalable at all. With 10 containers, we can have today the largest methanol plant. And our plan is to sell these containers to industrial emitters, and they can convert the methanol, they can convert the CO2 into methanol, and we can sell it to these shipping companies that are urgently needing green methanol. And we can also have our private plants where we can create fuel directly from air, independent of anyone, independent of a flue gas emitter, just wherever we have the cheapest cost of electricity.
All right, give it up for Spiral Wave.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, our next presenting company is Level Zero Health. Presenting for Level Zero Health is co-founder and CEO Ula Rustamova.
My name is Ula, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Level Zero Health. We're pioneering continuous hormone monitoring, using first-of-their-kind DNA-based sensors that allow you to track your hormones wherever you are.
Cool. Hi, everyone. Hormones. They regulate almost everything in your body, from even before you were born to how you feel right now and throughout your all major life events, puberty, aging, reproduction, and so much more. That data is critical, yet today, if you wanted to measure them, you have to physically go to a lab for someone to take a blood draw. That's not only invasive, it's disruptive, and only a single data point. Until now. Now I can wear this, a DNA-based sensor that allows me to track my hormones wherever I am. Now is the time to build this company and launch this product. Awareness in the population is rising rapidly. Continuous glucose monitors have normalized devices like ours, and most importantly, this technology has only been possible for the last 18 months due to expiration of foundational patents and a breakthrough in research last year. And we're leading the race with our own breakthrough. Just about 3 weeks ago, we showed that our sensor measures all of our analytes across 98% of human clinical range. That's one of the biggest challenges in sensors, going into such low concentrations in the human body. We have more great news. Our goal is to launch our continuous hormone monitoring device. It monitors your hormones for up to 2 weeks at a high frequency. But we'll also have figured out an accelerated path to market with our patent-pending intermittent monitoring device. It has a shorter R&D timeline, lower regulatory burden, and allows us to bring immediate value and build presence in the market, but also building our data and learning to grow us further. Let's have a look at our device. Can we have a camera? Cool. So this is our intermittent device. It allows you to take multiple measurements throughout the day. This particular one has 3 measurements with 2 analytes each. It's a tiny microneedle. It's 0.5 millimeter long. So when the user wants to take a measurement, they press a button that inserts the needle and extracts interstitial fluid out for external analysis. We're not going to show what's happening behind the scenes. It's all nanoscale, so we can't actually show in nano. So if we can switch to video, please. Cool. So when you insert the needle, it extracts the interstitial fluid, and the paper inside is coated with single-strand DNA. These short DNA sequences are almost programmed to bind to each of the analytes, and when they bind, they produce a color change. So the user can take out the paper strip and put it into a camera box where they can take the precise measurement, send it to the user app, as well as the clinician portal, where they can see this data real time. Just to give you a bit of a perspective, continuous glucose monitors truly revolutionize diabetes care. The company that makes CGMs makes $4 billion a year, and that's just from glucose. We're addressing markets much bigger than that. Starting with IVF and low testosterone, where clinics and patients know the pain. For IVF, you literally have to go to the clinic to take a blood draw every 2 days for weeks. For low testosterone, for diagnosis, as well as throughout treatment, you need to take a blood draw. We're completely replacing those blood draws, allowing clinicians to take more measurements remotely, non-invasively, and show real-time data. In the last 3 months alone, we've secured 3 million in LOIs from some of the leading clinics, and they will convert to 8 million ARR at full adoption on the second year. These clinics are also our design partners, and most importantly, we're validating our device on-site in humans in 6 to 9 months already. This is just the beginning. This is a kind of a breakthrough that we need for all sorts of markets. Individualized contraception dosage, personalized medicine, lifestyle, and so much more. Markets totaling $250 billion. Our initial market opportunity is already massive, with more than $500 million ARR potential in the US alone, just from hardware. We've only been around for 10 months, and our small team has been able to move so fast because of how incredible our team members are. We have more than 20 years of experience in DNA-based sensing and nanotechnology. My name is Ulla. I'm the CEO and co-founder, and I had a wearables device company at 16 and led multiple enterprises at Palantir. My co-founder Irene and CTO developed medical devices at Philips and launched electrochemical sensors before. Our team has now expanded with some of the biggest names in fertility from Harvard, TCRN, Mount Sinai, and HIMSS, and we're very happy to have them. And right now, we're bringing more people, investors, and partners, and we're just signed our lead for a $6 million raise that we're going to finalize in the next 2 weeks with a little bit of room for strategic investors as well. If there's one thing I would like you to take away, it's this. We're at a precipice of a real change these markets need. A world where your hormone data is as readily available as your heart rate or step count. We're not only here leading the race, we're set to win this market. Thank you.
Thank you, Level Zero Health. Judges.
Maybe I'll start it off as a physician by training. First of all, this is really, I think, needed in terms of, this is an issue that a lot of conditions can be helped by. I think the devil's a little bit in the details, so I'm curious to ask, first of all, baby steps, what do you need to achieve technically to have parity of evidence? I saw you have some FDA clearance ideas, so walk through what you need to do before you get to mass market. I'm sure you can do some D2C, but first.
Of course. I'll cover some, and then I'll see if Irene wants to add anything. So the most important thing that this technology can do that other devices like urine tests, temperature tests, et cetera, cannot do is correlate directly to blood. The tight correlation that CGMs have, because this goes through interstitial fluid. We're building the same data set. So in 6 to 9 months, we're showing that our data across all human ranges in both simulated interstitial fluid and across the populations matches directly to blood measurements. So you can trust it as much as you can trust a blood draw. So that's one on the clinical level to be able to build trust, credibility in research and go to clinical use cases. That's the number one thing. There are a couple of technical things that we need to do to get to that space, so I'll let Irene answer that one.
Yeah, additionally, we're right now working on modifying our single-strand DNAs to capture these analytes in a very, very specific way. So we have already achieved detection in very low 10 nanomolar concentration ranges with these aptamers. The next is we're going to move into real interstitial fluid to first build a data set on the relative abundance of these analytes and then correlating to our sensors. So all of those work is planned to do in the next 6 to 9 months.
Great, thank you.
We're probably, one of the biggest challenges is going into the ultra-low concentrations, which we've already kind of solved and shown consistent results. So it's about stabilizing that, going 1 order degree smaller, which is not a big issue given that we went from 10 micromolar to 10 nanomolar range, stabilizing that and running a validation study in the next 9 months or so.
And talk a little bit about the regulatory pathway and what precedents you're going to use.
Absolutely. So for the continuous device, we're setting a de novo. That is a strategic move. There are a lot of other products that claim to do continuous monitoring, and we want to set exactly what that means. High frequency correlated to blood, so that's de novo for sure. The earlier product is a 510K, particularly for progesterone and estrogen monitoring for IVF. Today, those like both urine, saliva, and urine tests are exempt from regulatory altogether. You just notify FDA. But because we're doing interstitial fluid, we're tripping that up to a 510K. So only 90 days to review smaller scale studies that we're going to be doing with our actual clinical partners as well on site here in the US, as well as in Europe in CE, kind of in parallel. In Europe, which is actually like double the size of the US, but they have higher price sensitivity, the regulatory pathway doesn't have a distinction between a 510K and de novo, but today the auditing takes a little bit more time. So the way we think about it is a 510K, lowest barrier, like fastest, most likely. CE, we're gonna launch at the same time, but it will converge a few months later after the 510K, and the de novo is the most expensive and obviously the lengthiest one that we will do in 2-3 years for the continuous one.
And how high is the spend in these initial applications, and
Absolutely.
where do you see that going?
Yeah, so the initial device is a single time use patch and a camera box. The patch itself is $60 to $90, and the patch is $200. So for a single IVF cycle, that's $440 per cycle. For a medium-sized clinic, we're talking about around 500K ARR, given that they do 1,000 cycles a year. And a typical cycle price is about 15 to 20,000, so it's like a drop in the bucket. It is, in most cases, on par with current price that they spend on operating the lab, but we're also reducing the costs for the clinics. We're getting rid of 80% of their blood draws, full-time employees, what they call satellite labs, where they have in other regions, rural areas, where clinicians travel maybe once a week to see their patients. So it allows us to bring sort of benefit both to patients as well as the clinics themselves.
And how do you think about distribution? Is this something that you'd want the end users to opt into themselves, or something that you would think the partnerships with the various clinics would help you distribute? Yeah, how do you think about that?
Yeah, this is all direct B2B, large-scale sales. So with all of the clinics, they're buying it in bulk. In some cases, they want to put it like at the beginning. Even the way our LOIs and our growth is scheduled with them is about 10 to 15% adoption rate at the beginning, launching to 25 and 75 over time. 75 is what they think is going to be the default. In some cases, we think the clinics will probably put a margin on it as well. It's obviously up to them. For example, egg freezing is a very interesting use case where you typically, as a single woman that doesn't want to deal with fertility at the moment, career-driven, doesn't want to come to a clinic every 2 days. So we can see, like we've heard our partners say that they might actually add an additional price on top to just do it, not like remotely, completely replace the blood draws. So I would say that distribution is completely through clinics. Over time, we will move B2B to C for other use cases like perimenopause and such that are not so centralized as an IVF clinic is, but that's a later time. Yeah.
And how would the readout work for continuous monitoring versus intermittent?
There is no readout for the continuous one.
So the signal capture is a little bit similar to how the continuous glucose monitors work. You have a sensor that's directly embedded into the interstitial fluid, and it detects the change in concentration proportional to the change in current that's detected. So we're basically directly measuring current, and we can use a low-power Bluetooth that syncs to the phone and then process it in the cloud and send it back the results, essentially.
So it's fully integrated.
Yeah.
All right, give it up for Level 0 Health. We have one final Battlefield company presenting in this session. That company is Cydion. Presenting for Cydion is co-founder and CEO Alushan Taiwo.
Hi, my name is Alushan Taiwo, founder and CEO of Cydion. We're building autonomous deployable factories and built entire aerospace products like aircraft and rockets, the speed of software.
Hey everyone, can you guys hear me? All right, excellent. Well, thank you TechCrunch for having us here. We're super stoked about this. My name is Alushan Taiwo. I'm the founder and CEO of Cydion. We are building tomorrow's factories today. If we look at my background here, I've had the immense pleasure at working with some of the world's leading aerospace and defense companies, and I've devoted my entire career to figuring out how we can go from ideas to actual concepts that fly and make money. And what I found out is American manufacturing is actually in a really difficult and rough spot right now. These news articles, they're trying to tell you guys something. Manufacturing and reindustrializing America is difficult. And right now, we've just been spending a ton of time trying to figure out how we can actually restart factories that have been dead for tons of years here. What we found at Cydion while we were creating this company is that 50% of our workforce is eligible for retirement over the next year. And we're trying to make advanced, amazing technology with tech that has been around since the Wright brothers. This doesn't scale, and we need to change as soon as possible. At Cydion, we're doing this, and we're changing this venture scale by taking off-the-shelf robots and pairing it with our software we call Adalum. Current manufacturing in the US, we do have automation technology that tries to help us redo and reindustrialize here, but you have to make dozens of these robots that do one singular thing, and that's a problem when you talk about trying to scale. On top of that, you have to have dozens to hundreds of engineers that actually go and reprogram these systems. Very, very expensive, especially when these people are actually leaving these factories. For our customers, they need all these robots to do things like metal fabrication, post-processing, assembly, and quality management. Once again, lots of expensive assets to go and do 4 things that actually could be done on one platform. We inject Adalum into these robotics to enable our customers to do this. At Cydion, we now, with our Adalum tech, we actually now let one robot do all 4 of these jobs here for less than the cost of a full-time engineer's salary. Big leaps forward. This is how our robots see the world, effectively taking in dozens of data points every second and making adjustments on the fly to make them autonomous. Big deals when we talk through data annihilation and also ways to collect and make innovations from that. So we now go from factories that are very crowded, that look like this, to factories that are much more simpler, much more enabled. An example of this is a propulsion tank that we printed for a rocket company here that went fully autonomous. We had no one in the loop really to go and build this product, and you can kind of see it off stage here in all her glory. We're super proud about this. Main reasons for that: this product stands about 6 feet tall, weighs a little over 75 pounds. Traditional manufacturing says it takes $100,000 to do this with fixed tooling and assets, and 4 to 6 months to build this product. We did it for $10,000 and in 6 days. That's what we're excited about here at Cydion. But please do not take my word for it, because these are big numbers. This is Silicon Valley. How about we go to a live stream here for our demo into our factory? We're actually based here in Berkeley, California. We got robots building a second version of this, which I'm super excited for. This one will actually get burst tested and actually go through some testing for a customer. What's really exciting about this process is the fact that we can build things that are about 10 feet in diameter by 10 feet tall. So pretty much your minivan and a little bit more than that. We're also really excited the fact that you can see, how many people do you guys see in the shot here? There's literally no one here except the guy taking our video, and we're super excited about that. And so as we finish up some of the metal fabrication here, we actually have that robot on the slide there that's able to go and do more scanning and get those data points that we like. Now, we're focused on taking this innovation in 3 distinct areas: in the aerospace, defense, and maritime industry. These are places that have generational lead times items for parts, and we need those innovations to change and do it today. And so at Cydion, we are targeting the autonomous aerospace and defense markets. What's exciting about that is we have $500K in projected revenue for the end of the year this year, which is super exciting. A 2-year-old startup should not have this traction, but that just tells you the state of American manufacturing. And as we scale from R&D contracts into actual production, we are looking at $5 million in projected revenue next year across those same customers plus a little more. Once again, big leaps forward from a small company. Our vision is to take manufacturing on this planet and be able to take the things that we've learned and take it to space eventually. This is how we actually get to being a multi-tiered, multi-planetary species. Rockets are cool. We need manufacturing to take us there. If you look at our team, this is the real proof point of our company beyond just the technology. These are the people that actually make the company work. We're dreamers, we're innovators, we're builders, we're engineers. And what's super exciting about that is while we're VC-backed, we're blue-collar. And that's what's the most exciting thing. We're not just tech bros that are building a product. We're people who have done this before in other industries, and we're building to build it again. Now, previously, we've raised $6 million from world-class investors that exist here in Silicon Valley. What I'm most excited to do today is to announce we're raising a $20 million seed round. Once again, big numbers from a small company, and I'm super excited that we have some of the best already backing us. At Cydion, we're not just keeping up with the future, we're redefining it and we're forging the path forward. So, join us in launching America into the next industrial revolution. I'm Olu, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cydion. Very nice looking jackets, by the way.
Thank you.
Judges.
Could you tell us about your customers and how do you integrate into their workflow?
Yeah, definitely. So we use our factory in Berkeley to be able to take initial products onto our robotics, show that we can actually qualify that system before they make any kind of capital purchase expenditure. And then once we show that it's a qualified process for building hardware, we copy and paste our software onto their existing robotics. And that's a big deal versus having to go buy a machine from us or us try to pitch guys like you and say that we're going to scale by buying $100,000 or 100,000 square feet of real estate. That doesn't scale very well. And so we think there's a hybrid approach, and that's how we were working with our customers. Our customers, specifically, they're in the defense and aerospace, so they are big primes. One of them, I don't know if you saw on the screen, is actually is one of the bigger primes, and so we're actually working with their innovation teams. They're one of our big values for revenue for this year. So we're working with folks who are using us to start hitting into production, and then they go to our customers and their suppliers who upload our software onto their robotics. So it's a tiered play of build the demand up top, and then use the bottom people that have already been building their supply chain up from our software. So hopefully that makes more sense, but happy to dive in deeper.
So their suppliers don't have to invest in new equipment. They're taking your software and layering that on top of what they already have. Okay.
Yep.
What level of complexity can you handle today, and kind of how do you view that kind of progressing?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, a very good question. Right now, we can build things bigger than your minivan, and so maybe even twice as big as that tank. And we have basic assembly capabilities. Where we will be in about a year is going from raw material to final product through the factory. We're sprinting towards that. And between that, there's some milestones that we have with our investors to be able to show that on smaller products, things like autonomous submarines and such like that. But you'll see some more news from us on that.
And just a quick clarity question. In terms of that cost reduction, is that primarily labor-based, or is it also like materials or time? Time, I guess.
Both, and I'm glad that you know that. But basically, labor, we can actually have one engineer run 3 of these cells that we've just saw on our live stream demo. So that's the first bit of that. The second bit of that is our raw materials, our input is actually welding wire, which is a very understood industry, right? That's existed for hundreds of years, and now you're able to take that into what we're doing for the metal fabrication. That's a huge cost reduction for us. So it's a combination of using simple materials that are available on the market anywhere in the world that people already use, and reducing the number of people that actually have to go and program robots to almost none at this point. We want a 14-year-old boy to basically be able to walk into a factory and build giant metal Lego blocks.
Except not actually have child work in a factory.
Let us be clear, we're not hiring 14-year-olds. So.
And what was the key technical unlock to make your software work across different robotic platforms and different arms?
Probably not the most Silicon Valley answer, but we were really unsatisfied when we started the company to find solutions that actually program industrial robotic arms. So we just did the work. So it was a combination of raising money. The first year of the business was painfully trying to figure out how to get that to work. Companies such as Relativity and others, they've gone through this path as well. They took other areas into it, but we really put a defined moment on, we're in the Bay Area, we're by some of the best software talent in the world, we need to use that to build this company, and that's what we did.
And maybe walk us through, you kind of touched on this a bit, walk us through the product roadmap over the coming years, particularly as it maps to the different verticals that you want to address.
Yeah, definitely. So we do a lot of materials development that enables us to unlock the 3 verticals that we talked about. The way that we're going from it is, first of all, can we metal fabricate things? We've shown that proof of concept here. Assembly is the next biggest piece because that allows us to integrate into our customers' hardware. And so what I'm hoping for is if I ever get a chance to come back to TechCrunch, next time it's a fully integrated rocket that you guys would be able to see. But things like that, that's where the roadmap gets in towards. And so the company takes a dual path at that point, one in which we focus and hunker down on building the best software product that we possibly can. And the second piece of that is then taking what we know and actually start to apply it to products that are fully designed and built for this system and being able to work with our customers to commercialize that. It's a very lucrative way to scale the business over time.
So to do that, you would then have your customers designing specifically for your production processes. So what is that? What do you need? What do you need to build for them then?
I'm glad you asked, and that's what's super exciting about what we're doing. Those data points that you saw on how we talked about the robots see the world, that's the data points that you need to be able to feed back into an AI to be able to tell you how to effectively design products. So we're already collecting this data. That's the whole point and why a software integration play is the smartest path for us as a manufacturing business.
So you'll give them a new design software, or you'll plug into what they already have?
Yeah, we'll plug it. Well, it's a matter of both, right? It's taking those data points and being able to plug it into a design software that we build as suggestions. But our customers can also take those design points as well too. The data that they really care about is how do we get this to be a repeatable process. What we care about is how do we get this to be a repeatable process for new products and emerging tech lines so we can de-risk manufacturing.
Do you benefit from, or are you indifferent to, improvements in the foundation model, robotics foundation models?
Well, do you actually mind expanding on that piece?
Yeah, so there's a number of teams I think right now that are building the foundational model for robotics, physical intelligence. There's a number of one of these that are in the news, and I'm wondering, is that model improvement something that you can benefit off of and build on top of, or are you kind of adjacent to that in parallel to those improvements?
We built a modular, flexible system to do just that, and that's, once again, I think that's our secret sauce on traction, is we're not trying to overcomplicate it if we don't have to.
Got it.
Okay, give it up for Cydion.
Well done.
All right, that wraps up session 1 of the Startup Battlefield. The judges are going to follow me backstage, or they're going to help us choose some finalists. Before we do that, though, let's have one more round of applause for our Startup Battlefield judges.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? My name is Miriam Joire. I'm a tech journalist and a consultant. I help companies go to market with their products and validate them. And I've got Ziad Asghar here of Qualcomm. He's the general manager of XR. And we want to talk a little bit about where we're at with XR, AI at the edge, and how important it's becoming. And also, we want to talk about something that's been kind of in the wings for a long time, the personal area network. All these devices we wear, these wearables, that could all be talking to each other, and they end up complementing each other in this kind of, sum is greater than the parts. So hi, Ziad, how are you? It's good to see you again.
Thank you for having me. Yeah.
Yeah, so let's start with this idea of the PAN area network, the personal area network. Do you think we're there yet? It's coming, right?
It is coming, but I think, all the pieces have come together in a great way. Think about it, right? We started with these humongous models, right? ChatGPT 3, 175 billion parameters. Llama 3.2-like models running down to 1 billion.
Yeah.
Still with great quality, by the way, right? So now you take those models, and with what we have done from a device perspective, like devices like smartphones in the palm of your hands, and smart glasses soon coming up as well, and smart watches, we can probably run like a 7 to 10 billion parameter model on a smartphone. We can run a billion parameter model on a smart glass or a smart watch. We can run a 15 billion parameter model on a PC. But now you can imagine, right, this personal area network around each and every person can do actually a lot of AI. And what is very important is when you do it on device, you don't need to spend the money, of course, because it costs a certain amount of money to do it in the cloud. But secondly, you also have privacy, which means you're actually able to keep the full processing and the data on the device. And then third part is the context. The context that you have on device, it's not available on the cloud. What do I mean by that? Let's say you're wearing smart glasses with cameras in them. They can actually see I'm in a public setting at this point in time. It's the middle of the day. The smart watch knows internally. It knows my heart rate, it knows my stress level, it knows my blood pressure. When you take the context from the smart glass, which is the environment, the smart watch, which is looking internally, and I do this processing on the smartphone, now I can personalize that Gen AI experience that was not possible in the past. And I think that's kind of the paradigm that we're trying to get to. And honestly, we have all the pieces. It's very, very close where we'll be able to enable that, in my opinion.
I think so. I mean, I'm wearing a Galaxy Watch and a Galaxy Ring right now, and apparently together, they complement each other by saving battery life, because one of them tells the other, hey, I don't need to measure the heart rate for a little while, you take over. And I think we're seeing more and more of that. And, like X-Rail is another example, right? The X-Rail AR glasses are basically just a display, but they now have a complementary device that's like a smartphone that you can put in your pocket that does all the compute. And it offloads your smartphone, your actual phone, from having to play your Netflix movies and saves battery that way. So I think we're going to see some of that, right? But I also think we're just going to see, without the smartphone, you're going to be able to leave your house, your place, without the smartphone and just have what you need for the context. Again, contextual, because you'll have connectivity on the watch, and one of them can serve as a hub to go to cellular networks, right? For example, the glasses might not have room for a cellular radio, but the watch already does. So where do you see that going? Or how do you think this distribution is going to kind of pan out?
I think your thought process is right on, right? Because, for example, let's say you go for a bike ride or you go for a run. You most likely don't want to take your phone with you. But now what you can do is, again, the personal data around you has the smartwatch, has a smart glass in that context. And now what you can do is you can actually leverage, just like you said, the cellular connection from the smart watch, for example. At the same time, you could be looking at it and going, well, the battery life on the smart glass is full. I should be leveraging more of the AI processing on the glass rather than on the watch at that point in time.
Right.
You can actually have the display over here in the glasses, which is, by the way, are coming. And you could basically have your heart rate, how many miles you have done, what is your speed at this point in time, all laid out on your glasses. Very seamless experience. And this is where, the whole story that everybody's talking about, which is virtual assistant and agentic sort of AI, this is the right place for it. Because, with smart glasses, you don't have a keyboard at the end of the day.
Right. And I think for people who are running, you can take products that exist today, you can take Meta Ray-Ban, you can pair them with a smartwatch that has LTE connectivity. You can stream your music to Spotify on the watch and have the audio come out of the smart glasses. Also, you can actually hear traffic and stuff because it's not in your ear. And then you can stop and take a photo or a video anytime. Maybe you're really happy with your run at the end and you ended up at Pier 70 and it's beautiful and you take a photo, or you take a photo of the results on your watch, you send it to your friends. That can happen today, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And I think a lot of people just don't realize that technology is available. Now, of course, pie-in-the-sky technology, there's a lot of it out there. We've seen some products from Meta that are really exciting, like Orion.
Right.
We've seen products from Snap, like Spectacles 4. They're also just as exciting. We all think of smart glasses as a display kind of device, but I think there's room for other things. Like this ring I'm wearing, it doesn't do anything other than measure my heart rate, my oxygen levels, and my temperature. That's all it does. But just that data alone can, I don't have to wear a smartwatch anymore to sleep. I can get a good feel for my body temperature. So if you're ovulating or something and you're trying to know what the best time, there you go. So I think that where we're going, though, is much more exciting because now you can start having this device, this ring, have some basic AI capability in there, right? So where are we at? How far is that? Because this is just a microcontroller at this point.
Honestly, again, when we do our design for our products, we actually have AI at multiple different levels. What I mean is we typically have an always-on subsystem.
Right.
The always-on subsystem is running at an extremely low power, but it's running all the time. And we usually actually have a very small NPU, an eNPU in there, that's actually doing a lot of that AI processing. Then let's say an event happens. When that event happens, you actually now wake up the larger system with the larger AI capability. So it's done in basically at multiple different levels. So you could actually have that happen today. But to your example about being able to take pictures and all, what I envision is actually you shouldn't actually be voluntarily or actually saying take pictures.
Oh, that's what I mean.
As you go through the day, based on interestingness, the glasses actually take pictures, they take videos. You come home at the end of the day and basically has a nice gallery of all the key interesting things that you saw in the day. And I think, again, like you said, right, we can actually do this today.
Yeah.
So this sort of distributed AI is what I call it local hybrid AI, right? Mm-hmm. You can basically do it locally on the person. You still have the 5G connection, and you can tap into additional resources in the cloud if there's a need.
It's like Inception, edge to edge, edge,
there
edge.
You go.
Based on all what the device can. And then you can also kind of network them, right? Like you can have some AI running on one device because maybe the battery is low on the other device.
That's right.
And so, you can contextualize how you want to manage all of that compute.
Absolutely.
And I think that's the thing. Like right now we think of this thing in our pockets, right? A monolithic device, which is our phone that does everything. And it works well, but laptops still exist for a reason. So, I think that it's not going away, but I think we're going to see more and more use cases where you don't have to pick up your phone, and you don't even need your phone for edge AI, because they'll run on your glasses, your watch,
Totally. I think this is the graceful kind of transition that we'll see, right? We had personal computing, and people still have their laptops, but now we have smartphones, which is the mobile computing that picked up. You do a lot more on your phone, and you can envision, right? The next step becomes spatial computing. You'll still have your PC, you'll still have your smartphone, but now you'll also have another device like your smart glass, which is actually able to do a lot of things which are very natural without having to take your smartphone out of your pocket. So in the example that you gave, you can carry your smartphone around like this all day long, or you can actually use the camera on the smart glass where you're actually able to just do that in a completely seamless fashion. I think that's where it's going, and especially when you overlay AI and XR, I think the opportunities, especially for startups and for new companies, there's like a massive amount of capabilities out there for them to create new use cases, in my opinion.
So right now, today, you can do what I'm doing wearing these Galaxy devices, but I have other, because I'm a journalist, I get everything. You can get Meta Ray-Bans, which are kind of, I think, at the forefront of the accessible XR and price, and it looking good and being comfortable and lightweight. And then, we've seen some stuff coming from some of your partners. Where do you think, how soon do you think we're going to be able to run the kind of edge AI models that we run on smartphones today on a pair of glasses that has a display that can be a combination of display and voice, kind of 80% or 75% replacement for your smartphone?
Yeah, so today we have multi-model AI models, which are really very, very capable, that can actually take in different kinds of input. They can take audio, they can take speech, they can take image, and basically be able to make sense of it and go the other way around too. I believe that within the 1 to 2 year time horizon, we will have glasses that look like just normal glasses with displays in them, with your prescription lenses on them, overlaid with waveguides and other technologies, with projection on the two sides, such that you can actually have a very good quality display with a very decent FOV, field of view, essentially available on those glasses. And now you can envision, right, the use cases you can create with those. So just imagine, right, people who may be visually impaired. It's a different sort of a multimodality, but they could be standing at a cross-section, and the glass is able to tell them that, hey, here is what you see in front of you.
I mean, that's already possible with Ray-Ban.
Which is exactly already possible with Meta Ray-Bans. But now think of somebody who cannot hear. Right? They can actually have a person talking to them, but they can see the full display on in front of them.
Transcription.
I'll tell you, I was in China recently with one of our partners. They had glasses just like this with displays. The complete meeting was going on in Mandarin, and I had the translation going on in the display, and I could just have the live translation happen. And by the way, we can do this today, because let's say if you're offloading some of that onto the smartphone, with our smartphone work that we have done, for example, at Samsung, you have live translation on the smartphones. You basically have a multi-model model running. You can create and extend images. If you rotate it or something, it will fill in the remaining portions using Gen AI. We basically have the ability to do LLMs, whether it's for email drafting, whether it's for creating responses, right? All of that is available today. And you can imagine that then that extends onto the smartphone. The biggest challenge really is the battery size at this point in time, right? And people are coming with amazing ideas. We're moving to newer technologies. The transistor continues to improve. We are creating new IPs, new camera technology, new CPU technology to be able to make that fit. And then the last thing is really the architecture approach. You can take a very different phase of an architecture approach to be able to get to better power as well.
Absolutely. And just to be clear, the personal area network idea does not exclude your smartphone. To configure this watch and this ring, I need my smartphone, right? So it's like it doesn't have to be with me, but obviously it's another mode of input and interactions with my ecosystem of apps and services, right? So, we were in Hawaii last week for the Snapdragon Summit, which is Qualcomm's tech conference. And, you launched a bunch of new chips there. I cover car tech and personal tech, so all this wearable stuff. And, another thing that's happening, is I think kind of XR lateral is stuff in cars, right? Like we're starting to have heads-up display and things that are kind of XR-ish.
That's right.
And we saw some of that at the summit, and so you can imagine that eventually the kind of centralized compute we're used to today doesn't really happen anymore, right? It's going to just be like everything is just going to talk to each other and offload to whatever needs, and it's not just going to be apps. It's just going to be like agents, right?
That's right.
So where are we at with that, do you think?
Yeah, so, this vision that you talk about is absolutely right? You will have AI distributed into multiple devices.
Right.
From, you go with your smart glasses, sit into the car, Now the smart glass can lean into the AI that's in the car, which is, by the way, far more than what you have on a smartphone and the PC, right? Because you have doing full ADAS-like capabilities on the auto. But now you can leverage that capability. But how do you make sense of it? See, today, for example, you tell your glasses, hey, you want to schedule dinner with a friend. Today, it's not ready to be able to actually combine all the pieces of information that are available. What you need is true agents that are able to, for example, number one, go into my text message, see that the friend said that he preferred French food, goes and looks at a French restaurant, looks at Yelp, looks at the ratings, figures out the one that has the highest rating, looks at the map application, figures out what's close to me, what's not close to me, then basically goes and looks into my calendar and says what is possible to be achieved and what is the appropriate time, goes to tabletop, actually schedules that thing. That's what agentic AI is about, which is able to take complex tasks, break it down into subtasks, and actually be able to complete that for us. So we're working on orchestration technology, we're working on other capabilities to be able to create exactly that use case where you're actually able to do that full end-to-end sort of a scenario rather than doing this in a very piecemeal manner. I think the world of one app or the other app, or we want to get to a point where your agent is able to tap into those 5 or 6 or 7 different apps, but create that final experience for you. And I think that's where we're headed.
So there's a lot of startup founders out there in the crowd, I know it, and I've reviewed a lot of products that weren't baked lately, and I implore you to consider this. For all of this to work that we just described, we need interoperability between these ecosystems, these platforms, these apps, these devices. So the siloing that's happening right now in various ecosystems is not healthy for us. So if you are looking at making a product, don't focus on just capturing as many users as you can so you can get revenue from them. Focus on creating the lube that lubricates the machine, the gears. Create that layer that lets us have the Google ecosystem and the Apple ecosystem kind of work on our devices as an agent together. That's what we need. So, and then the other thing we need is standardized prescription inserts for XR and AR.
Absolutely.
Because as somebody who wears glasses, the reason I'm not wearing my XR glasses as much as I'd like is because I have to spend $250 to get a prescription insert that'll probably only work with these glasses until they upgrade to the next model, and I'm not spending that kind of money. And I can imagine the average consumer isn't. So how are you kind of guiding the companies you work with, the partners, to not just leverage your tech, but to actually kind of go in that direction to make that possible?
Yeah. So the way we've done it is basically 2 key things, right? First of all, of course, we have our full chipset roadmap. And by the way, it's bifurcated at this point in time, which is for mixed reality versus for augmented reality. The requirements are very different. Mixed reality, you're talking about video see-through, you're talking about 10-watt peak, you're talking about augmented reality, you're less than a watt. The requirements are totally different, number one. Number 2, what we have done is we've created and internally worked on all the perception technology. See, in the world of AR and MR, you don't have a mouse. You're interacting with your hands. You need pristine hand tracking, great eye tracking. You need great 6DoF, right? You need plane detection, all these technologies. We've created all of those. Number 3, what we have done is we create reference design. So let's say you want to do a smart glass design. We'll have a great reference design that you can come in and leverage. And then we have created what we call Snapdragon Spaces. Snapdragon Spaces is a development platform where people can come in, they can combine all these perception technologies and create end products based on these technologies. And then along with that, we have the AI Hub now coming up. The AI Hub has a lot of our AI models, whether it's multimodality, whether it's whisper-like models for ASR or TTS, all of those are available over there for a developer to be able to pick it up very quickly and actually try it out on an end device to see if it is doing exactly what they want it to do. Now you take Spaces and you take AI Hub and you actually have the ingredients to be able to really help people accelerate what they need to do in terms of launching these kinds of products.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things, as a journalist said, I think I see a lot of companies don't understand or don't know is that Qualcomm and other chip makers are not just providing chips, they're providing entire solutions, entire software stacks, entire services stacks that you can leverage if you want to get started. In the same way as you use APIs right now to write your apps, your mobile apps, whatever you might be using. So be aware of that, be mindful of that. If you're creating consumer hardware products, that you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There is a lot of stuff off the shelf out there you can use to leverage those platforms, right?
Absolutely, right? All the pieces are there, like I said. Pristine AI with the best-in-class power consumption, You have the perception technologies. We're working with every ecosystem. Meta Ray-Bans is a great example. I think it's really shown what a good smart glass device can do. Something that looks good, but at the same time is able to do multimodality with an agent running on it. I think it's just really us scratching the surface today. And you can imagine, AI models are going to start to get better. They're going to start to becoming smaller. We're going to be able to do it in lower power. The device is really going to look nice. And I think, I mean, if I were a startup guy, I mean, this is a humongous opportunity today for people to be able to bring in use cases. Honestly, use cases that we might not be thinking about, right? Completely new areas. Education is amazing, right? Think about elderly care. Think about medical-like scenarios.
Yeah.
From an education perspective, right, I could be sitting with my kid trying to help her with math. Well, these glasses can tell him and know that this kid likes a visual approach. It can come through that angle of explaining a particular way to solve a problem. With elderly care, you're wearing these glasses, you can concatenate all of those sensors coming in, blood pressure, other sensors, to actually predict if a particular event is going to happen, if a fall is going to happen, perhaps rather than waiting for it to happen and then fixing it, right?
Absolutely.
So I really think this form factor is going to be something that really changes the way we interact. The human-machine interface is really going to change, and I think we have all the pieces today.
And AI at the edge on top of that is really going to make a big difference. I don't see enough AI at the edge, so if you are considering making an AI product, consider prioritizing AI at the edge. And then, of course, if you want to validate your product and go to market, come talk to me, right? After you've talked to Qualcomm to get your chipsets and your services and your stack for software products.
Absolutely.
Ziad, we have to wrap up. Any final thoughts?
I think the key point I would make is that, this vision of how AI and XR can work together, I think this is the next frontier. I think Ray-Bans have shown, Meta Ray-Bans have really shown what a device like this can do. But I really need, the ecosystem here, which is, super strong. But this ecosystem can really make this happen. We have all the pieces, like I said, displays with great capability are there. Chipsets which are able to do that, customized for AR, are available today. We have these small models, 1 billion parameter, but going down actually now. You actually have sub-billion parameter models, which we can run easily on our platforms like the smart glass. All the pieces are there. We need your ingenuity to be able to actually drive many of these amazing use cases, and come talk to us, and hope to work together with a lot of you guys.
Well, there you go, folks. Thanks so much, Ziad. Such a pleasure always.
Appreciate it, always.
It was a good time on my podcast last time, so,
Likewise.
hopefully we'll have you on again.
Awesome.
All right.
Thank you.
Cheers,
Appreciate
folks.
it. Thank you, guys.
It's time to rethink prescription treatment for depression symptoms with an app. Tap into your brain's power to take on depression symptoms with Rejoin, the first and only prescription app for adults age 22 plus who want to add to their antidepressant medication. But wait, a prescription for an app? Unlike wellness apps, Rejoin is authorized by the FDA and backed by a clinical trial, which showed when people on antidepressant medication added Rejoin, it reduced their depression symptoms with 0 side effects. Think of Rejoin like physical therapy for your brain. It's 6 weeks of proven brain training exercises and short skills-based therapy lessons that help improve how your brain processes emotions. With regular practice, doing these targeted exercises can change how your brain works. Rejoin does not replace your current medication. Use as directed by your healthcare provider. If your depression symptoms worsen, seek help immediately. Open up to change. Learn more at rejoin.com.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Is everyone having a good time? Yes, that's what we like to hear at TechCrunch Disrupt. Now, who's here from London? Just me? No? Oh, gosh. Oh, okay, right. See you in the pub later. A lot of people curious about the march of technology. We've all seen how generative AI has exploded around the world. And we're going to be hearing a lot about that. But what I'd like to do is I'd like to ask you guys to give me some projection about one matter in particular, and that is nuclear fusion, the potential of harnessing the power of the sun. So, a quick audience poll. How many people think that nuclear fusion will arrive in the next 15 years? Hands up. Keep your hand up if it's for the next 10 years. Oh, some people going down. Oh, skeptics amongst you. The next 5 years. The next 3. Oh, I think there's only one. Oh, no, he just put it down. I thought we were supposed to be optimistic in tech. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to hear from a very optimistic man, a man who has been thinking about also the future of AI, nuclear fusion, and nuclear fusion, he thinks, is going to arrive in the next 5 years. And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the one and only Vinod Khosla of Khosla Ventures in conversation with our editor-in-chief, Connie Loizos. A round of applause.
Hi, everyone. So yes, Vinod did have his arm up the entire time.
Yes.
Well, thank you so much for coming.
I want to start by saying I'll take a bet with anybody 5 years from now, we won't be talking about whether fusion is real or not.
Is that right?
Forecast here.
Such certitude. I like it.
No question.
It's so great to be sitting down with you. So I had a chance to talk to you in Toronto for Web Summit, I guess 4 months ago, which was also a treat. And I just wanted to start by asking, you sort of eschewed the press for many years, and you've been so out there. When we talked backstage, you said you were doing two to three interviews a week. I'm just wondering why.
Well, I think there's an important message. First, I love an audience like this, an audience of entrepreneurs. Always invigorates me. And I only talk to entrepreneurs. I tend not to talk to other groups generally, right. Definitely not financial groups. But I think it's important to get the message of what AI affords us out. And I've taken a pretty strong positive view of what AI can do for us. And there's way too much of a dystopian vision from the effective altruism folks who are like, to me, kooks, entirely kooks. And it's important to counter that narrative, especially since the narrative of a sentient AI and what's called hard takeoff, killing all of humanity, is just would take away so much from all the people who stand to benefit from the advent of AI.
Right. So
I think it's important for me to get out there and to be talking about the benefits of AI.
Great. Well, so you did do this essay, you wrote this essay recently, a 10,000-word essay that was sort of exploring the dystopian and utopian versions of AI and its long-term ripple effects. I did think it was sort of funny. Business Insider had run it through ChatGPT to produce some output. Did you happen to see that? I was just wondering what you thought of it.
No, I did
not. Okay. Well, they said basically, if you will indulge me for a second, Khosla's description of life with AI sounds like a good one, with highlights that include enhanced human capabilities, better health care, a potential 3-day work week, a redefinition of human purpose focused on creativity and passion, and robust GDP growth that could make universal basic income more practical. Why are you so optimistic about an AI-infused world?
Well, I'm optimistic because what AI can do. Almost all expertise, it doesn't matter whether you're talking about primary care physicians, mental health therapists, oncologists, structural engineers, or accountants, all of it can be near free. Almost all human labor within some reasonable time frame will be near free because of robots, both bipedal and others. So when you live in that world, we'll see great abundance, great GDP growth. And there's some problems with that, but when I first wrote about it, I think it was 2016, I wrote a 5,000-word blog in Forbes that said AI will lead to great abundance. This is a couple of years before we invested in OpenAI. AI will lead to great abundance, great GDP growth, great productivity growth, and increasing income inequality. Mm-hmm. So that is a separate issue we should address. I'm very optimistic of what AI can do, and this was before any of the large breakthroughs in AI. And so when we got an opportunity in 2018 to commit to investing in OpenAI, it was an easy decision to make, though pretty vague decision because it was so obtuse what we were investing in and where it would go. So I'm very optimistic of what AI can do for humanity. I think fundamentally the need to work will go away. We will dramatically increase GDP growth from probably 2% to well over 5%. That will create enough abundance to take care of the people who are negatively impacted, which is my biggest concern.
It's my biggest concern as well. I was going to say, I think some people would say the need for work to go away, or the fact that it may go away, and your version of events is pretty dystopian, and they're scared.
And I do, and this is why I recently wrote a 25-page essay called AI Dystopia or Utopia. Mm. And as I was telling you backstage, I purposely addressed the dystopian view first, because I wanted to address each of those individually. There's half a dozen dystopian visions people have proposed will hurt us. And I address each one of them individually. We don't have enough time to cover that here today. But I do think there's sensible answers. And by and large, those will be societal choices we make. And they will be made country by country, and each country may make a different choice.
Well, let's talk a little bit about that dystopian version. So I think the thing that people focus on right now is misinformation. But what is the thing that you're worried about that people aren't talking about?
Well, I think people are talking about all the right issues. Mm-hmm. But they're not talking about it as a very large basket of risks. So there's all sorts of risks. I think an asteroid could hit our planet. One came by close enough recently. We could have a pandemic. We could have sentient AI try and kill humanity. Those are all risks we should take seriously. And I do think AI safety has to be addressed pretty significantly, and I cover it extensively. But by and large, the biggest risk we face is strong AI in the hands of our adversaries. I'm mostly thinking of President Xi, and I'm thinking of Putin. That is by far the biggest AI risk. And they're using it effectively. You know, we just had an election in Georgia, and the president of Georgia declared Russian interference and didn't validate the results.
I think the confusion, or at least I guess where I'm confused, is I understand we've talked about this in the past. You obviously are largely in favor of less regulation because you're concerned about China's lack of comparative regulation and you don't want them to get ahead. At the same time, we do need some regulation. So what is the role of government and policy here?
Well, as I say in this long essay, policy plays a really important role. We have to keep in mind our biggest risk is China. I'm a total China hawk. Because they have a different set of global objectives than we do, and they are an adversary, and there's no doing international treaties and all that. And we can come back to why that will never work. But given that, we still have to have safety issues. We still have biowarfare as a real risk, nuclear is a real risk, all these things that AI can help people design and catch up on. In fact, there's a positive and a negative view of AI. You know, most of us have heard of LLMs. The next OpenAI just released a reasoning model, a reasoner. Anthropic just released something that knows how to run computers, an agentic system. So if you think of a hierarchy of capabilities, I think the next big, large capability, as Sam Altman has said, will be AI scientists. Now, with AI scientists, you could start to do all kinds of bad science, and I do worry about that.
But again, I guess, you know, so I know that you were very opposed to Senator Scott Wiener, who I think is here this week, his proposal, the bill in California, and you're sort of a mind that it should be handled by the federal government. So what would you like the federal government to do?
If he's here right now, I'd love to debate him. He's clueless about the real dangers, which are national security issues. He thinks it's a state issue. And that's why I wrote an op-ed in the Sacramento Bee on this issue of a state senator. And by the way, I'm a huge supporter of him when it comes to his efforts on housing and NIMBYism and stuff. So, huge supporter on those issues because they are local issues. This is a global national security issue. He's not qualified to have an opinion there. And I'd love to debate him if he's here.
Scott, raise your hand. So, you know, one other thing that we just sort of breezed by, but I think is really a huge issue, and I know that you're a proponent of universal basic income and income redistribution. I have to wonder, though, what the triggers are. I mean, we are already in a society where there are 3 Americans who have more money than 291 million Americans. So when we talk about this future, I mean, it feels like we're here already.
So capitalism tends to concentrate wealth as a natural mechanism. And so we have to have policy to equalize it so everybody has a stake in it. I do think capitalism is by permission of democracy. People can vote bad policies or bad politicians they don't agree with out. So I do think if disparity gets so large that it's a real problem, democracy will take care of it. It's a much stronger system. So I do believe that's a problem. I don't think it matters how rich the rich are. What matters is how well off are the bottom quartile of people on the, in a country.
Right.
And I think our policies should be focused on optimizing for them, not on optimizing policies for the top 1% or 5% or 25%. And and I do think that should be the goal of policy, but that is not what's often happens.
It's just hard to see how we get from here to there, and it is also very concerning because we are being asked to, a very small minority of people are sort of in charge of AI, and it's going to impact all of us, which I think is...
Well, first, there's no one person responsible for AI. There is going to be multiple systems in this country, and there'll be others overseas. So I think this notion of one person ruling the planet is a silly notion.
I'd say that if I didn't see Elon Musk running all over the country, jumping up and down.
Elon's a good entrepreneur. I can't believe he's supporting somebody with such depraved values as Trump, but... look, fundamentally, and I've had this debate, I can't imagine anybody who values values voting for Trump. Forget everything else. He's so depraved. It's unimaginable to me, but obviously Trump is tapping into a vein of discontent that's very real.
Okay, right. So this is what I'm... So I wanted to say a related concern is, I do think that social inequality is very correlated with the spread of misinformation. And in some ways, I think that's why we're in the situation we're in right now. Do you agree?
I think social inequality is different than misinformation. Misinformation is because of the nature of social media and the fact that social media has taken political positions.
And you don't think people are more susceptible to it necessarily?
I think when there's large discontent, which there is, they're more open to believing everything. Like somebody said to me, don't believe anything that appears in the national press. Now, and they have their own set of facts. I mean, the number of people I run into that have their own set of facts. And on Twitter, I still call it Twitter, people call me and say, oh, don't believe this thing about FEMA. They're actually sending the money to migrants in Puerto Rico or something else. I mean, if people don't have shared facts, if people don't have shared science, and science is never 100% right, but we take the best guesses we do around science, and some theses get falsified over time. It just, at the time we are making decisions, we have to make decisions based on the best facts we have.
Right.
I think that's sort of the source of misinformation, but I'd rather talk about entrepreneurship.
Okay, I do it. Well, speaking of entrepreneurship and a little bit of politics, I am wondering how you feel about Musk. I mean, you've battled a little bit online. First of all, I'm kind of wondering why you've tried to engage him.
Well, so Musk is a great entrepreneur. I thought catching that rocket with chopsticks was one of the coolest engineering feats I'd seen. And I sent him a congratulatory message, and he said thank you back on Twitter. So you have to acknowledge what he's done. If Musk hadn't gone out and said, I'm going to do electric cars, we wouldn't have electric cars. There's no chance General Motors or Volkswagen or others would have done electric cars. So it takes an entrepreneur, and this is why I love entrepreneurs, to drive a mission, especially if it's not conventional vision, large vision. So you have to give him credit for that. That he's been able to then ignore all the depravity of a Trump, the fact that he's a convicted felon, charged rapist, I could go on, and still supports him. I have a hard time believing when Elon starts amplifying Trump's misinformation, like Puerto Ricans are eating your pets, like how ridiculous can you get? I don't know how to communicate on that front. I don't know what the right counter answer is. Spread other misinformation. that Musk is really an alien or something?
Well, I know that you must feel conflicted because I've heard you talk over the years about what an outstanding entrepreneur he is.
He is an outstanding entrepreneur,
Absolutely.
a technologist.
Yeah.
He can get things done that others haven't been able to achieve.
And I've also heard you talk about your Tesla and loving full self-driving.
Oh, I love my self-driving.
I guess I was going to ask, are you thinking, it's interesting, there are a lot of people now that are talking about selling their Teslas or not buying them. Has that impacted your choices? Are you sort of...
I bought my Tesla before Elon went crazy. Before he started, I haven't thought about getting rid of it.
A growing number of people are. It's been interesting. Okay, so let's talk about entrepreneurship because there are so many founders here who have such regard for you and want to know what it is that you're looking for. So you have backed so many great entrepreneurs. You mentioned Sam Altman, the Collison brothers, so many others. What is it about them that's special?
What's special about entrepreneurs? First, how many people have heard of a book called Expert Political Judgment? Sorry, I have to shield the lights so I can see people. I'd highly recommend reading it. This professor at UC Berkeley, he's not there anymore, studied 28,000 expert forecasts and defined 84,000 scenarios when the forecast was made. When it was made, not retrospectively, and tried to judge the accuracy of experts across 20 years. And he decided, and this is a statement from his first book, experts have the accuracy of dart-throwing monkeys. And experts extrapolate the past, and if I'm to predict as an expert the weather tomorrow, I'll say it'll be like today, and I'll be right 70% of the time. So they extrapolate the past. What entrepreneurs do is invent the future they want. And it doesn't matter. Last night I had dinner with Peter Beck, who started Rocket Lab, and I think who's speaking today.
Yes.
We had great dinner. He had paper prints that he laid out on my table about 10 years ago, and they create the future they want. No matter where you look, entrepreneurs cause almost all the large change. I've done innovation and innovation only, and only technology-based innovation for the last 40 years. I can't think of a single example of a large social change driven by anybody but an entrepreneur. You can look at, we talked about Elon Musk, electric cars. General Motors couldn't do it. They tried. Toyota comes up with a bad idea, not bad, a good product like a Prius, a hybrid, but not a dramatic vision change. It was incremental. You look at Airbnb. Could somebody at Hyatt or Hilton have done it? You look at Uber. Could somebody at Hertz or Avis have done it? You look at retailing. Could Walmart have done what Amazon did? It doesn't matter where you're looking. Even the vaccines were done for COVID were done by 2 startups. So not only did none of these people know the area they were investing, they were entrepreneurs, they didn't know the areas they were investing in, which was their huge advantage in reinventing the area. So in 40 years, I can think of one example of a large innovation, incremental innovation. Intel can go from 7 nanometer to 5 nanometer to 3 nanometer semiconductor processes, though they've had a hard time even doing that. But no large change is driven by any expert, any institution, any large company, almost always, and I'm talking about technology-based innovation that involves large jumps, it's driven by entrepreneurs, all of you. That's why I love talking to entrepreneurs. What do they have? They identify a problem and they're going to solve it. And that's not to say it's bad to be an entrepreneur that's solving an incremental problem, and there's probably a lot of you here, and that's valuable too. Sure. But what's really, really valuable is defining a new vision a new problem solution. And it doesn't matter whether it's mining or home building or the next best software or the next best AI or consumer product. Media was innovated by people who had no idea they were in the media business. If you look at Facebook or YouTube or Twitter or Netflix, none of them knew they were in the media business when they started. It wasn't CBS or NBC. So it's up to all of you. What do you do different? You think from first principles. If you ask somebody experienced in an area and you say, let's try this, they'll say, well, we tried that 20 years ago. Well, the world's different today. Talk about why it can't be done. Are there two assumptions? And then the entrepreneurs ask, can we change those assumptions? So entrepreneurs fundamentally think from first principles, are persistent when everybody says something can't be done. And that's what's so great about entrepreneurs. That's why they cause most of the change.
I think the persistence is so critical.
Persistence, thinking from first principles, and having a passion for a vision, which I love. Look, I started working with, we were talking about fusion to start the session. Bob Mumgard, when I first met him, not very long ago, by the way, we invested in OpenAI and Commonwealth Fusion and a company called Glideways for public transit, all around the same time, around 2018. And I believe Glideways can replace most cars in most of our cities in the next 25 years. I have an op-ed in the Financial Times today, on that. That sounds radical, but these entrepreneurs want to make that happen, and I'm pretty certain it will happen. And it's not robo-taxis. It's not Waymo. It's a much better solution, and we can come back to it if we have time. But my point is, Bob was a senior fellow at the MIT Plasma Fusion Lab when I met him, and we started talking, and he had this idea for a new kind of reactor design, and we set off on the journey. And now it's pretty well funded, I hope well within 5 years, to prove that fusion is possible economically. And they're engineering all the systems to go directly into production without sort of having to first prove the technology and then do the engineering.
Amazing. I could talk to you all day about this. I mean, I'm interested to know, for example, what you think founders should be focused on, or if you don't frankly want to tell founders, you want to be sort of surprised. I'm guessing probably the latter is true.
It's the bigger the problem, the bigger the opportunity. If there's no problem, you're not going to get paid for solving the problem. Very simple. So I always say, not all hard things are valuable, but most really valuable things are hard. There's a few exceptions. Keep that in mind. Take on a problem that's appropriate for your level of persistence and pain. It's painful being an entrepreneur. I have a presentation I first wrote up in 1986 on our website. It was done on acetate overhead foils, not on PowerPoint. A few may remember those days. But it says, entrepreneurship is a roller coaster where the highs are high and the lows are low. It's great to talk about the disruption and romantic stories of successes, but most of you entrepreneurs know it's gut-wrenching to be there, and people who can persist through the ups and downs with a passion for a vision. And then you might as well have a large problem or a large vision. That's just what entrepreneurship is about, and that's why I love it so much. I've been on that journey since I was 16. Never wanted to do anything else. I turned 70 in 2 months, and I hope for the next 25 years, if I'm healthy, I'll be doing this, helping entrepreneurs build companies.
I don't doubt you will. And Vinod, I wanted to...
Hey, there's no life better than when you're successful as an entrepreneur. It's really hard when you're going through one of the troughs.
Yeah, really, really hard. I just wanted to give you a chance because I know this is so important to you, and the election is 1 week away. I just wanted to ask, I guess, what you think is on the line here.
Well, democracy is definitely on the line. Trump essentially, I have a simple test for MAGA extremists. Was the last election stolen? If you say it was, I don't really want to talk to you because we don't share facts. Then we are only sharing opinions. It's that simple. By the way, Elon, in a Twitter exchange with me, after my 5th time asking him, said, no, the election was not stolen.
That's great. Well,
so
that's something.
He at least acknowledged that fact.
I also just wanted to ask quickly, what do you think the impact will be on the tech world, depending on who wins? Or do you?
My bet is it's not going to be that different for the tech world. I don't see where their policies will be different. It will be different in how we tax people, how we share wealth, what we do about the bottom 50% of the people in this country will be very different for them. Yeah. We could have, by the way, Trump created the largest deficit I know of any recent president, including the Biden administration. That was a much larger deficit created during his term because of the very large tax cuts, mostly going to the rich. If he had given them to the bottom half of the population, the consumption from those savings would have gone up dramatically and GDP growth would have been better, because when you hand money to people who are not as well off, they spend it and you see GDP growth. If you hand it to rich people, they put it in their bank account or invest it. Investment is a good thing, but I think who you benefit will change. But will it affect tech, to your original question? I doubt it.
Well, listen, thank you so much. I wish we had much more time. It's been flashing red, and they're going to pull us off the stage with the hook here. So thank you, Vinod. Thank you so much.
Everybody.
Thank you, everybody, for listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Well, that was quite something, wasn't it? Wonderful. And I really do hope everyone is going to vote in the election. Doesn't matter how you vote, as long as you vote. Ladies and gentlemen, while you reset yourselves, it would be fantastic if you could, obviously, if you are going to other sessions, make your way out as quickly as you can, because we need to get along with our program. And of course, one of the central pillars of TechCrunch Disrupt that we instituted so many years ago was the ability for startups to pitch in front of an incredible audience and totally for free to get their companies out and launched. And these companies are launching right in front of your eyes as they speak. So if you want to settle down now, ladies and gentlemen, make your way out and we will get the show on the road. For Startup Battlefield Session 2, if we could hear a little, if you could just bring it down a little bit, everyone, that'd be great. We're going to get on with the program now. Please welcome our next Battlefield Session 2, featuring our fantastic judges, Christine Esserman from Axel, Alul Kayin Brooks from Khosla Ventures, Lisa Morales Helabo from Refashion Ventures, Jonathan Rosenbaum from Insight Partners, Sharon Winter from Atomic, and leading the session is, of course, the one, the only, Anthony Ha from TechCrunch. A round of applause, everyone.
Hello, welcome. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, welcome back for Session 2 of the Startup Battlefield. I'm not going to repeat the full spiel that I gave in the morning. The bare essentials of what you need to know is over the next hour or so, we're going to be having 5 startups on this stage. They're going to be presenting and giving live demos for 6 minutes. And then our expert judges are going to have 6 minutes to grill them with questions. From the top 20 startups that are demonstrating today and tomorrow, we're going to be choosing 5 finalists. And they're going to be presenting on Wednesday. Then we're going to choose one winner, and that winner will get temporary custody of the Disrupt Cup. They'll also get $100,000 equity free. So let's introduce our judges, and then we'll bring out our first startup. So we have Christine Esserman, who is a partner at Excel, where she focuses on software, internet, and mobile technology companies. Prior to Excel, Christine worked in product and operations roles at a number of startups. Next, we have Elul Kayin, partner at Gradient Ventures. Prior to Gradient, Elul was an investor with NEA and SoftBank. Next, we have Lisa Morales-Hellebo, founder and general partner at Refashion Ventures, a New York-based venture fund that invests as the first institutional check in early-stage startups, refashioning industrial value chains across data and AI, advanced materials, advanced manufacturing, and next-generation logistics. Next, we have Jonathan Rosenbaum, Managing Director at Insight Partners, where he focuses on vertical and horizontal application software and is responsible for executing transactions and assisting in portfolio management post-close. Last but not least, we have Sharon Winter, who is Vice President at the venture studio Atomic. Her superpower is taking ideas and transforming them into successful companies. She's been instrumental in ideating over 100 businesses and building over a dozen companies to Series A. So let's give it up for our awesome judges. Now it is time for our first startup battlefield company in session 2. That company is Advex AI, and presenting for Advex AI is co-founder and CEO Pedro Pachuca.
My name is Pedro. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Advex AI. Advex is unlocking AI by solving the data problem for manufacturing, the world's most important industry.
Hi everyone, my name is Pedro. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Advex AI. At the booth is my co-founder and CTO, Qasim. Advex is unlocking vision AI for the world's most fundamental industry, manufacturing. This is a high voltage connector. It's in every single one of your cars. Now imagine, in an instant, it overheats, explodes, and turns your car into a death trap. That is a nightmare scenario for you and I. And for the manufacturers that are creating everything that we use, this is lost customers, shattered reputations, and even the collapse of the business. Fortunately, this doesn't happen very often. And that is thanks to the millions of human inspectors that the manufacturing industry has come to rely on since the Industrial Revolution. And I'm not just talking about these high voltage connectors anymore. I'm talking about over 10 million factories producing over 1 trillion critical parts every single year. That is 16% of the entire world's economy. But there's a problem here. The industry is used to slow workers, expensive workers, but now they're also leaving. These workers are abandoning their manufacturing jobs, triggering a critical labor shortage that is threatening global production. In the US alone, we're spending $1.3 trillion on this manufacturing labor, but the US Census is still predicting a $1 trillion loss because of this labor shortage. If you ask any large manufacturer today, their number one priority is tackling this labor shortage with automation. They're leaning on AI to save them, but AI is only as good as the data it's trained on. So when manufacturers realize that they need to spend years collecting all of this data, they get up, they leave, and they try and hire more humans. This massive amount of time spent on data collection is the number one reason why it's so hard to bring AI into the real world. The key to AI automation is in solving this data problem. And that is exactly what Advex does. Advex makes AI vision a no-brainer for these fundamental industries. We give them AI automation not in 2 years, but in 2 weeks. We're a team of researchers, industrial experts, coming from Google Brain, Scale AI, Qualcomm, and other industrial giants. My co-founder Qasim and I have sold companies, and we've built products used over 50 million times. Together, we are pioneering this new end-to-end approach to AI vision, where we first figure out what data is missing with advancements in representation learning, and then we create it with diffusion models. Generally speaking, we are leveraging generative AI to create the right training data for other AIs so that you don't actually have to collect it from the real world. Now let me show you how this works. One of our automotive customers wanted to make sure that their car parts were not defective. Over the next 2 weeks, they collected all the defects that they had, and they only came up with 10. Switching to my demo now, you can see on the right is a model trained with just those 10 images. It's really not detecting much of anything. To make a reliable vision model, they need to collect hundreds of samples, which would take them at least a year. Instead, they used Advex. And with just those 10 images, our platform created 200 synthetic images in just 2 hours. On the left now of the demo, you can see our Advex platform trained on all of these images.
It's not working.
We're lagging a little bit here, but it'll get there.
Sorry, the Wi-Fi here is annoyingly slow.
When it comes up, you'll see that the Advex platform performs extremely well.
Want to tell us a little more about what we're going to see?
Yeah, so you'll see a model, there we go, trained on all of these Advex-generated images. You can see it's performing much better. And we can even add some complexity here. We can add a part with more than one defect. Now, what we can do live is create another defect.
It's really lagging.
There we go. You can see instead of 2 defects, it's now detecting 3. And across this situation, we perform significantly better than the industry standard. Back to my slides. It's not just this automotive factory that is working with us. 7 of the world's largest manufacturers already use Advex, and we have over 25 customers in our waitlist. They start with just 1 line at $30,000 per year, and they quickly scale to over 10 lines, up to 25 lines, getting to the high 6 figures. Advex is creating the central nervous system for global manufacturing. If you want to join and help solve one of the hardest problems in all of AI for the world's most fundamental industry, join us at booth H9. Thank you.
Thank you, Advex AI. Judges, who has a question? Go for it. You don't have to raise your hand.
How is collecting all these images better than having live computer vision assessing every product coming through the line?
That's a good question. So creating these images actually enables them to create these computer vision models that will then assess all the products in the line. So they want that, exactly, having a camera that can look at every single product. But in order to have this automation, the intelligence that tells you this is defective, this is not defective, they have to collect all this data first. And that's where we come in.
Thank you for the presentation, very cool. Can you talk a little bit about your sales and implementation process, and what is your ICP? Not asking from an industry perspective, but from a size, scale, and competency perspective in terms of being able to implement this at scale.
Do you mean for our customers
Yeah.
or for ourselves? Oh, for our customers, there's already leading products in the market that are the actual cameras. What they're missing is the data. Now, those cameras are being used by automation engineers, even just floor workers. So it's an extremely accessible thing that these people can use. But what they're missing is they have to wait 6 months, a year to collect that data. And so we scale by them implementing these cameras in different factories, and they use our software on top of those cameras.
Many large multinational manufacturers, the data science teams have a not built here mentality. So of the 7 customers you've won today already, how did you overcome that mentality, and what are you doing to make the constituents of the actual business owner and the data scientist team all collectively happy?
Yeah, that's a very good question. They're not gung-ho on like, let's put generative AI everywhere. They really need this to work. A 5% error for them is very, very high. And so the key that we have found to their hearts is around, here is a real POC on your real parts showing real model performance improvement, and we put that next to an ROI sheet that we have co-developed with them. And so we show exactly, this is how many parts you produced before, this is how many after. This is how much money you're saving from creating the actual parts and not having to throw them away. And putting that POC showing those early results next to the ROI that shows them you're going to get 5x your money back in 6 months, that's what makes it happen.
So kind of as a piggyback to Lisa's question, when you think about the continuity of ROI, that's a discrete case. We have a before and after, we compare them, and we make an adjustment. How do you make sure it's ongoing so that way you're not constantly having to serve customers directly like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. The way that we operate our sales process is by proving to them empirically that when you use Advex, you're going to see significant gains in model performance. And in the early days, we did receive pushback. People were skeptical of synthetic data, especially synthetic data that's coming from generative models like diffusion. But over the course of the year that we've been working with our customers, starting off from manufacturing, but also going into other industries, what we realized is that at the end of the day, what our customers really care about is the model performance, not necessarily how good does my data look. And we've been able to tie in this key metric that actually helps them with their main task of automation and tying that into what we're selling at Advex, which is a reliable computer vision model that can successfully automate factories.
And to add on to that, it's not just one stage at the beginning. In manufacturing, it seems structured, but things are changing all the time. A supplier is going to give you a new part, and they're not going to tell you they changed that finish on the part. Or your belts are going to rust over time. You install a window here, now the light is coming in a different direction. That ruins your vision model. So these things are always changing, and every 3 to 6 months, customers come back and say, here's 5 images of my new situation. Let's update this model.
Can you talk to us about the business model? How are you guys pricing it? You said you have 7 customers already active and 25 in the pipeline. What's the entry point into getting into with these customers? Who's buying it in the org?
Yes, it is the folks in charge of automation, folks in charge of quality. Those are the main ICPs. And we meet them either through these partnerships we have with leaders in the space that have the cameras and they want to sell more cameras, or we meet them at conferences. And we have this paid POC where they get to see, okay, here's 100 images, a small amount, but it proves to them that the images are actually useful. And then they scale. The first entry point is usually $30,000 on average for one production line. And for example, they'll put this in Mexico. And then one of our customers, they called us from China, and they said, my China factory also has this problem. Can we scale it there? So for us, it's about getting in with just one line and expanding, adding up to 10 lines in just 6 months.
And just to add on, is there like a pilot that you do with them in order to prove it, or do you guys have to do a considerable investment up front in order to get someone started?
The pipeline is the exact same. The only thing that changes from one customer to another is the data they upload onto the platform. It's a paid pilot that we do, and then from there we scale it.
All right, give it up for Advex AI. It's time for our second startup in this session. That startup is DG Legacy. Presenting for DG Legacy is co-founder and CEO Anna Mineva.
My name is Anna Mineva, co-founder and legacy builder of DG Legacy. We've created our Alive Fatal Event Detection model to detect when the worst happens and to connect your beneficiaries with their designated assets, ensuring your money goes to your desired loved ones. A few years ago, my family and I were in a horrific near-death car accident. The last thing that came to my mind was, oh my God, do our children know about our assets and how to access them? So if we are no longer around, they are financially secure. This is why we've built DigiLegacy. I'm Anna, the CEO and co-founder, and I have my co-founder Peter on stage. Did you know that $1 billion remain unclaimed in the US alone instead of reaching their rightful heirs? The problem is becoming bigger and bigger because most of the assets are digital and spread across multiple countries. Each year, $5 billion more stay unclaimed instead of reaching their rightful heirs. The number one reason, they are not aware of the very existence of those assets and they cannot access them. This is why we built DigiLegacy, the digital legacy planning and inheritance app made to meet the changing needs of the digital age.
My phone there.
Next slide, please. How do you do that? DigiLegacy enables you to easily catalog your complex digital and financial assets, designate beneficiaries to them, and in case we detect unforeseen event with you, we proactively notify your beneficiaries. This way, we give transparency and awareness for your loved ones so they can easily locate, claim, and access them. Our secret sauce. We use AI to automate digitization of paper documents. Our sophisticated heartbeat protocol monitors alive fatal events to detect if something has happened to you. And of course, we use bank level of encryption to protect your data. Why not use traditional methods like shared folders, hard drives, or an estate plan? The answer is simple. They can neither detect unforeseen events nor notify your beneficiaries so they can securely pass down your legacy. Estate plan is expensive, easily become outdated, not to mention that cannot provide access information and don't work for assets spread across multiple countries. Now, go to the demo. Peter?
Thank you, Anna. In DigiLegacy, you can easily see a snapshot of your assets, and with one click, you can access all the necessary information. With the heartbeat protocol, you can configure fatal event detection. For example, here, I will connect with Twitter so that my public tweets, you cannot hear? Okay, I will start from the beginning, try to catch up. In DigiLegacy, you can easily see a snapshot of your assets, and then with just one click, get all the necessary information. You can configure, with the heartbeat protocol, fatal event detection. For example, here, I will connect with Twitter so that my public tweets are detected as live events. There you go, in 1 second. I have configured biometric login, email checkups, and etc. Then also adding assets to DigiLegacy is very straightforward. For example, with our recently added AI automation, you can scan any paper document in any language, and then DigiLegacy will automatically extract all the data and will digitize the document. Here I'm digitizing a test ID document, and you will see that in just a few seconds, DigiLegacy will get all the information and will classify the type of the document quite correctly. Usually it works for 1 second. This because of the demo, it takes more. But believe me, it works for 1 second, you can try. Then also, while it is loading, DigiLegacy, it's super easy to designate beneficiaries into your assets. Now, sorry for this glitch. Back to Anna in the presentation.
Okay, problems happen. Thank you, Peter. Why now is the right moment for DigiLegacy? The market for legacy planning is there and growing fast. People these days have more than 100 online accounts in the US alone. The number of people with digital and financial assets has tripled in the last 10 years in the US and Europe. As 20% of the population now is over 65 years in Europe and US, a massive generational wealth transfer is coming. Heirs need to digitize paper document and protect their parents' wealth. With global uncertainty, people need a grab-and-go solution so they can protect their hard-earned money and loved ones. And all this translates into a market of 591 million fintech and crypto users who need a working legacy planning solution. How do we capture value? DigiLegacy is a freemium SaaS with 2 paid tiers with different features. Cyber breach monitoring for the protected assets, family account, quick share of assets data, you name it. And our strategy is to boost revenue with services like digital will, add-ons, B2B2C partnerships with wealth managers, tax advisors, you name it. Achievements so far. We have 20K users with 7 uploaded assets on average. With 3% monetization, which is above the industry average, we are on our path to reach 5% mid-2025. And most importantly, we have 0 churned users so far. We are Anna and Peter, husband and wife, the founders of DigiLegacy. We are second-time founders, and we have built and scaled company from 0 to successful exit. With 35 years of combined experience, we deeply understand the problem space. You never know when the unthinkable can happen, or when you will be in a car accident like we were in. Unfortunately, it could be tomorrow. You want to be prepared, and you need DigiLegacy. We are raising our seed round and looking for partners and investors, so no hair is left unsupported and no legacy left unclaimed. Thank you.
Thank you, DigiLegacy. Judges.
Thank you for the presentation. You mentioned a protocol to detect fatal events. How does that work, and can you talk about how you avoid false positives?
Actually, we use multi-layer algorithm to detect different events. We use biometric. We use social media, as Peter showed in the demo, and also connected services. But probably if you need more details, Peter is the right person to answer.
Yeah, we have multiple layers to detect, to avoid false positives. We have multiple layers, like biometric login on your phone, zero disruption of your daily activities, monitoring of your public posts in preferred social network, then email checkups, and then one step of the many, many layers is phone call.
Thank you.
Very cool. Congratulations on everything you built. It's a very beautiful app. How do you get your users to continue using the app and come and engage with the app when there hasn't been an emergency situation?
Probably one of the coolest features, as I mentioned, is quick share. And we allow our users to enter, obviously, their not so important passwords, for example, Netflix or whatever. For example, if my son calls and say, "Mom, I need our Netflix password, bam, bam, this is quick share." And then his teacher asked me for his passport because he's on a field trip and he needs it. I'm just saying like, bam, bam. And this quick share feature is also a way to acquire actually new customers, not only engage our current ones.
This is a super important question if I have 20 seconds, because in the beginning when we launched DigiLegacy, we said this is probably unfortunately the value is coming after person passes away, but then our customers said, no, actually DigiLegacy gives us a very quick way to share with our financial advisor, with our whatever, children and etc. Yeah. So it provides value also while people are alive. For example, they can send link to DigiLegacy to their aging parents in other country, and their parents can digitize all the paper documents, so that the children who now are in their 40s, for example, know about the legacy that they will inherit.
And maybe just one follow-up to that. How do you ensure security and ensure that your users trust you with all that sensitive information?
Security is super important. Super important. Specific to your question, every information in DigiLegacy is encrypted to the master password of the users, plus we use second level of encryption with unique secret key, which is kept separately in third-party professional secret manager. So we use double encryption, which is unique. But apart from this, we always talk about security because DigiLegacy is in the trust business, and we don't believe that trust is earned by one or two activities. It's in everything that we do. How quickly you reply to customer questions. How reliable are you? So we believe that security is part of the bigger umbrella of trust.
And we keep all our assets there and use it every day.
How do you account for families that are all around the world with all the different standards and regulations around privacy and data?
This is a super good question because exactly estate planning doesn't protect for this. Because estate planning is usually bound to a specific state or country. But then with digital legacy, first you can give transparency to your loved ones, even if they're in different countries. Second, it gives you a chance to digitize, and to know that, hey, these are the paper assets, but I have them in a digital form, and I can quickly provide the transparency for them. Digital legacy solves the problem of transparency. Digital legacy solves the problem how you can access these assets. Still, the legislation is behind this, so we are, I think, in the transition to the legally making this enforceable. RUFADA was accepted last year by US. The bill passed the Congress, so now these systems are legally enforceable in US. I think very soon this will follow in Europe also.
So it's a data product, a financial product, but it is, as you say, also a legal product. How do you avoid practicing law as part of this? And ultimately, what is the solution for legal services being provided, and how does that show up into your margin profile?
John, if I understand your question correctly, you're asking, are we a legal firm, and then how we provide legal services?
More so, how are you not a legal firm, so as to not have to practice law state by state, country by country?
We are not providing estate planning. So this is how we provide transparency. For transparency, you don't need to be a law firm. We provide proactive notification of the beneficiary so that the beneficiaries don't need to remember for the next 30 years the Google link that you shared with me today, and et cetera, and et cetera. So this is our value proposition. We are not a law firm. Long term, we want to be Digital Legacy to be a platform where estate planners, tax advisors can plug in. Let's say we trigger Digital Legacy and you are a beneficiary. How you claim the assets, what is the tax implications, the inheritance law applicable. All this is a platform where third parties can provide these additional services.
All right, we are out of time, so let's give it up for DG Legacy. All right, now we have our third startup in this session. That startup is VRTL. Presenting for VRTL is founder and CEO Courtney Jeffries.
My name is Courtney Jeffries. I'm the founder and CEO of VRTL. We've created a virtual platform designed for entertainment brands to scale in-person best practices to a remote audience for greater revenue, data collection, and stronger loyalty. Hello, my name is Courtney Jeffries. I'm the founder and CEO of VRTL. We are a virtual platform designed for entertainment brands to scale. Go for Courtney. Go for Courtney.
Can we turn her mic up?
Go for Courtney. Hello, testing.
Oh, sorry, we'll just.
Go ahead. No? Hi.
Hey.
See? Hi. Oh, we're back.
There we go.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Reset. Hello, my name is Courtney Jeffries. I'm the founder and CEO of VRTL. We are a virtual platform designed for entertainment brands to scale in-person fan experiences to a remote audience for greater revenues, data collection, and loyalty. I am a recovering sports executive. I spent 15 years in sports between the Oakland Raiders, Pac-12 Conference, and Madison Square Garden, where I was the vice president of retention for the Knicks, Rangers, and Liberty, and I ran the Rangers P&L. And along with the rest of my VRTL colleagues, also formerly of sports and entertainment, our focus has been on extracting the lifetime value out of the fan, because engaged fans spend 6 times more than casual fans. But here's the problem in sports, and really this is all of entertainment. 95% of fans will only experience their fandom remotely, hundreds of millions of fans. For every 40,000 person stadium, there will be 1 million fans on the outside with no shot of being there in person. So when brands engage the remote fan, this largest segment, they are teeing up millions in revenue potential. The current fan engagement playbook includes anything from a meet and greet to a full-blown fan fest. But these are very costly to execute, so they're infrequent, and they're still only reaching the in-person fan. VRTL has created a fully customizable web-based platform designed for the brand, the team, the league, to execute the same playbook, but to do so for all fans at a much higher frequency for a fraction of the cost, leading to better returns. And where VRTL exceeds the current market standard in virtual platforms is in our versatility. We offer live stream and video chat side by side in limitless combinations. We have our own proprietary suite of fan engagement tools. We have ticketing, merchandise, sponsorship inclusion. We collect all fan behavior data on platform and can scale from 1 fan to over 25,000 fans with no development required. And we can do it all in a matter of days. Our client platforms are all created using our internal builder tool that's pre-programmed with over 15 premium and basic event types. And we're sold on an annual contract ranging from 20,000 to 50,000, so we can meet the needs and, more importantly, the budgets of the spectrum of sports. So, what does it look like? Okay, let's go to the demo. Now, let's take the most coveted of fan experiences, the live autograph. And I'm gonna be your talent today, your celebrity. Okay, hold your applause. Okay. Woo! Yeah, we're not asleep here. All right, I'm just on an iPad with a stylus. This works on any touchscreen device with connectivity. We're gonna show you 2 views of this event. The first is that of the fan. They're gonna log in to a fully branded website with a unique PIN code that will be customized for their experience on site. They log in and they're welcome to the TechCrunch virtual venue. Now, while they're on platform, they can browse the TechCrunch podcasts, they can sign up for the TechCrunch newsletter, they'll get exclusive content, and they will get in line to meet me and select the image or the video clip that they want to have autographed. The second view that we're going to show you is our control room, and this is where we monitor all of our events. You can see on the right-hand side the queue management system, and the video chat and the live autograph that you're going to see here is exactly what the fan will see on their end. So let's bring on a fan. Hi, Trish. Welcome to the TechCrunch Disrupt stage.
Hi, everyone.
All right, come on, guys. Yeah, yeah, there we go. All right, Trish, I'm going to sign this autograph. Why don't you tell us where you're calling in from?
I'm out in Montvale, New Jersey, but I wish I was out there in San Francisco with you all.
We miss you too. All right, we're going to change colors here so we're on brand for TechCrunch. There we go. All right, Trish, thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time. Take care. All right, back to the slides. Now, Trish is taken to a post-signature room. Here she can download the image, share it around on social media. We automatically send this to her inbox, and we record the sessions so we can send a video clip after the fact, literally creating a live autograph experience from the Moscone Center to Montvale, New Jersey, 3,000 miles away. This is just one event type on VRTL. To date, we have hosted over 65,000 fans from across 125 different countries and done so in 9 languages. 70% of our events include this live autograph, 40% have a sponsorship activation, and 20% include a merchandise offer. Our clients include global events and brands like the Olympics with this summer's Paris Games, ESPN with exclusive screenings of their 30 for 30s. We also have your traditional bat and ball clients, your Atlanta Falcons, Minnesota Vikings, confidential clients in the English Premier League and Formula One. And we work with emerging sports leagues like Athletes Unlimited and League One Volleyball. And we are on pace to double our revenue to $500,000 in just our second year. Ooh, excuse me. So, what's next? When I worked for the Raiders of Oakland, you guys get it, you guys get it. There was no Twitter or X. Okay, CRM systems were barely being used in the front office, and barcodes weren't universal across stadiums and arenas. I have watched this copycat industry make wholesale changes to its standard operations, and that's just within the last 15 years. Beyond sports, we view this $100 million target market as the entirety of entertainment, publishing, music labels, festivals, and more. Because the future of sports and entertainment absolutely demands that brands offer meaningful value to more than just those that are inside their building. The opportunity to engage billions of fans is much too great, and VRTL is the team to make it happen. We are raising capital to accelerate our sales and product, and are looking for investors who get it, who recognize this enormous opportunity to be a part of the next evolution in sports and entertainment. So, if you are a fan of changing fandom forever, then we're a fan of yours, and we look forward to talking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, VRTL. Judges.
I'd love to jump in. First of all, amazing presentation and so charismatic on stage.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sure you've heard it
It's
before.
the pink, I'm sure.
With my background in particular, 2 companies I built before. One is in entertainment tech, specifically around CRM, and another one in esports.
Yes.
So this definitely touches on that. Talk about the moat. Usually, the brand equity lives with the influencer. But I think there might be an opportunity here to create a moat as well within communities. So I'd love to hear how you guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, we look at the moat as, first of all, our tech is our own tech that we've built internally. The fact that we can scale these quickly is a huge advantage for us because managing talent can be tricky and their availability. We dealt with this actually on Sunday with one of our clients. The talent was late and we need to be able to, it can't be one size fits all. That's probably the better way of saying this. And perhaps controversial to say to a panel of venture capitalists is one size does not fit all in sports. You have to meet the sports brand, the entertainment brand, where they want to meet their fans. And sometimes that includes a meet and greet on Monday. Sometimes that includes a sponsored press conference on Friday. And our ability and agility to go back and forth and address what they need creates a huge advantage, including not being a video chat platform or not being a content distribution chat platform. It really addresses all of the best practices that you would typically do in person.
For your end customers, the sports teams themselves, what is their ultimate goal out of this in terms of actual monetization? Like,
Yeah.
Obviously, increased eyeballs is great, but how do they see it as a form of long-term dollar-based ROI?
I would say sports organizations will have 3 buckets of business. One is going to be data collection, and so this incentivizes and encourages fans to give over that data, join their database, join the newsletters. The second is in retention, and there are huge campaigns designed for fan retention, specifically in season tickets, but over what you're seeing in Europe, and this is true for our European clients, they have membership models in the hundreds of thousands that have nothing to do with ticketing. They send them a merchandise promo code every other month, and that's it. So for us, it's really about impacting that loyalty and reducing churn for them and driving the fan deeper into the consumer funnel. There is absolutely a world where there's a superstar enough to charge money for it as well, which we would be able to support. But at the moment, the focus is on executing what we know to be the best practices. Sorry, I know I'm supposed to let others talk, but I have to say, when we think about it in terms of the publishing world, what we've learned in client discovery is very much a pre-sales concept where somebody is buying access to the author and they would be buying a book or they would buy multiple books. And so that's among the enhancements to the platform that we're interested in. That's why we're trying to raise capital to grow that. Yeah, it's hot up here, sorry. I'm very sensitive to my ginger skin. Sorry, gang, it's turning red, sorry.
Long term, I mean, you talk a little bit about staying focused, which I certainly appreciate at the early stages. But out of all the opportunities you have, whether it be ticketing or sports betting or selling more merchandise and leaning into that feature that you have today, what excites you the most?
CRM integration and native app integration. An app for a sports team is almost always dormant in the off season because there's nothing to put on it. It's hard for teams to engage. That's a huge advantage for us to create these events in the off season and put them on the channel that they're trying to use for distribution, and that's a huge opportunity for them to leverage. We also look at this from a CRM and a data capture standpoint. We want our brands to be able to have a very easily and clickable integration so that they can invite who they want to invite. In terms of where we could go from here, we had a conversation with the space team today. Like, there are so many different areas and ways that you can bridge that gap in space, no pun intended, of where the fan is and what the brand is trying to do for their business objectives, whether that's in raising money, it's in education and reaching communities. So for us, it's the fact that people get it and that we can go in multiple areas of entertainment.
I have one last quick question. Every individual is a brand now, so how are you competing with the sports brand versus the individual brand?
No, we don't want to be a derivative of Patreon, OnlyFans. We don't want to be a derivative of Instagram Live, of YouTube. The brand for us is an enterprise brand. It's probably a word that we were missing in the deck and pitch, honestly. But for us, in the sports world, there's the ticketing and retention world, there's the community relations, there's in marketing, there's new business, there's sponsorship. So I would say if an individual brand is operating as an enterprise, then we would be the right fit for them, otherwise probably not the ICP.
Does anyone have a super quick question?
Yeah, what are the network effects within each league? As in a new team joins, does that incentivize other teams from that same league, or more you are MSG, like the Rangers and the Knicks as well, because of the same city and similar fan bases?
Do you mean from like the fans that come on, or from our go-to-market?
From your go-to-market.
Yeah, it's very land and expand within the subset of the league. So we have, I mentioned the Falcons and the Vikings. We also worked with the Jacksonville Jaguars. They play overseas. The NFL League itself has a Fan of the Year program, as well as the global markets programs where they're playing in different countries. So that's a place that we start. We have a handful of EPL clients, which I'm sorry we're not allowed to say. But again, like the referrals is very, it's a tried and true best practice of selling in this industry, for sure.
Okay. We have a judge who wants to sneak a really quick one in.
Do you have any? So you work with a lot of sports teams. Do you have any hot takes on like Knicks, how are they going to do the season? Or
I mean, I would
Falcons?
get in so much trouble. I would get in so much. I mean, listen, I have the benefit of working for some of the greatest organizations in the world, and I grew up there, and so that will be my terribly politically correct answer on the stage.
Thank you.
All right, give it up to VRTL. Next up, we have MabLab. Presenting for MabLab is co-founder and CEO Vienna Sparks.
I'm Vienna Sparks, the CEO of MabLab. We test for laced drugs and spiked drinks to ensure that no one overdoses ever again. I walked into class on a Monday morning, looking for my lab partner Cassie's familiar face. When I noticed she wasn't there, I was hit with the reality that would change my life forever. That Cassie had overdosed while taking laced recreational drugs. And the thing is, Cassie never could have known those drugs were laced to begin with. However, Cassie's story is not unique. There are more than 109,000 deaths that occur every single year from laced drugs and more than 5.2 million injuries, which equate to a $12.4 billion cost to the US medical system. However, current products on the market only test for just fentanyl, which is a fraction of the leading lacing agents likely to cause a fatal overdose. So here at MabLab, we built a 5-in-1 test strip capable of detecting these 5 substances simultaneously with unparalleled accuracy in a matter of seconds. We're building off of the established technology of monoclonal antibodies, which is commonly found in both COVID-19 and pregnancy tests, giving users that familiar control and test line that is easy to comprehend and understandable at the same time. Our solution is patent defensible and does not require FDA regulation as a Class 1 exempt medical device. Each test will be sold for just $5, making it affordable and accessible to the end user, while also giving us a 70% profit margin, which we only expect to increase with economies of scale into 2025. So now, let's take a closer look at how to use the test strip on behalf of the end user. So imagine my co-founder Sky here. He's a fellow partygoer on his way to Coachella. His friend hands him something. While he wants to have a good time, he wants to make sure that having a good time won't potentially kill him. So all Sky needs to do is potentially put a little bit of the substance into the provided water-based or buffer solution. All it takes is 5 to 8 grains for a successful test to run. Then he simply submerges the test strip, waits 3 to 5 seconds, removes the test strip, and results will begin to show almost instantaneously. However, we say wait the full 2 to 3 minutes as indicated on our test strip packaging to ensure that no other results appear, as sometimes the line darkens with time. So let's circle back to the competitive landscape and look at these results at the end of our presentation. So the competitive landscape for MabLab specifically, the biggest competitor is BTNX, a competitor that sells a little over 40 million test strips annually. But these tests only test for just fentanyl, which is problematic when there's thousands of other lacing agents that could potentially cause a fatal overdose. And additionally, they lack accuracy, which is very problematic when we're dealing with really small limits of detection, when 1 to 2 grains could be fatal. Other solutions on the market are companies like Confer Biosciences or Forensics Proficiency Testing, where you send samples off to a remote laboratory or pee in a cup after you overdose. These solutions are not great at preventing the overdose to begin with, or are costly and not affordable or accessible to the end user. So right now we're going B2B, selling to university health services, harm reduction centers, and local and state governments. So far, we've secured over $100,000 in test strips and pre-orders from some of the following B2B partners. And additionally, we chose these 3 B2B partners as they have existing distribution pipelines in place for fentanyl test strips, making it an easy shift to using our product. To scale, we plan to go B2B2C, selling to pharmacy stores like CVS and Walgreens, bars and restaurants, as well as music festivals. Following on that Coachella example, we're actually negotiating a contract with Coachella with hopes of having our test strips at their 2025 music festival, so partygoers like Sky can stay safe. Additionally, we plan to scale by going B2B, looking at law enforcement, fire departments, as well as veteran agencies, all of which have a vested interest in keeping the communities that they serve safe. The drug and drink testing market size is frankly huge, with just $3 billion being our initial beachhead here at MabLab, focusing on drug consumers that have been already actively using fentanyl test strips and alcohol consumers who have already had their drinks spiked in the United States. Where we're at right now is we're currently working on really bringing our product to market. The legalization of drugs has given new opportunities for drug safety. Specifically, with states like New York and California have made new legislative changes, with California mandating that fentanyl test strips are offered in both bars as well as schools. And second, there's been a huge injection of public funding, with $26 billion being allocated across health departments towards harm reduction solutions like ours. And the sad fact is, over 40% of Americans know someone like Cassie, who has passed away from a drug overdose. So the time to act is now. That way your daughter or loved ones doesn't have to suffer in silence from a deadly overdose. Where we're at right now is we're currently raising our seed round for $2.5 million, which will give us 16 to 18 months of runway and take us all the way through our product market launch. This will also allow us to enact our AI ML model, which allows us to track where different outbreaks are occurring in populations, and also has a predictive component, allowing us to quickly add new lacing agents to our test strip, helping us keep track of the quickly changing landscape of the lacing drug market. To scale, we plan to continue to go on the B2B2C front, as well as launching a secondary test strip, an allergen test strip, into year 4, all leveraging our existing IP. This is the wonderful team that makes it all possible. Myself and Sky are both co-founders. I grew up in Thailand, where I noticed a huge issue of laced drugs and traveled around the world, living in over 5 countries where I saw the same issue repeatedly. And coming back to the United States for school, Sky saw the same thing growing up in New York, where in the Bronx, where he went to high school, he repeatedly saw people pass away from drug overdoses. So together, we joined forces with previous startup experience to help solve this issue once and for all. On the scientific side, we're joined by 4 postdocs with domain expertise from structural biology as well as immunology, helping us tackle this problem in the lab front on. So now, let's take a look at those results. As you can see here, there's only one line indicating that the test ran successfully, but Sky is free to party safe as there's no potentially deadly lacing agents present in the sample. So enjoy your time at Coachella, Sky. So together, let's end all overdoses from laced drugs so no one has to lose a friend like we lost Cassie. Thank you so much.
Thank you, MabLab. Judges.
Well, thank you so much for presenting. This is incredible. Question for you, a little bit open-ended. What do you think the main risks are of this business?
Yeah, I would say the main risks are definitely working to, as this is a fast-changing market, as we're seeing more legal changes on this, kind of staying on top of those. So one way that we're doing that currently is working on partnerships with governments, harm reduction centers that are really kind of at the forefront of the pipeline of the money being received from that grant funding, the $26 billion being allocated, as well as being sure to tackle the legislative changes right on. So working closely with bars in California, as well as different music festivals that are quickly putting the test strips in place.
Have you thought about form factors to make it more viable to keep it like on you at all times?
Yeah, we're exploring a few different options for that. So for example, with form factors, do you mean like alternative forms of test strips?
Or, you know, does it have a holster that sticks to your phone or something.
Absolutely. So we're working on a couple of like phone cases potentially to put your test strip in. If you've seen like the ones that hold your credit cards, we're having a few of those that we're sampling, as well as making keychains as well that people can quickly attach to their purses or bags. We've seen a huge success. We've also been doing some TikTok and Instagram content recently for partying safe, like Halloween weekend, that kind of thing. So making sure that people can have the test strip accessible in that sense as well.
Or alternatively, if you're at a bar or restaurant, having the test strip in a straw factor, so you can put a straw into the drink itself, see if it's laced or not. Same with napkins, pour a little bit onto the napkin itself, and then see if it's spiked or not. But that's in R&D right now.
How do you think about balancing increased safety while maybe encouraging responsible access and consumption of recreational drugs? Thought I'll ask the elephant in the room question.
Yeah, so the goal for us is to do something similar to the drunk driving campaign. If you want to keep your friends accountable when you're going out for a night to drink or use drugs, potentially keeping that test strip in the back of your pocket. So if your friend ever has a drink, they left it out in the bar too long, having that say, okay, Vienna, for example, I've seen you left your drink out, here's the test strip I have, you can test to see if it's spiked or not, and then you go about your day.
And on the safe consumption side, we're doing a lot of educational campaigns and partners with nonprofits as well as the student health services we're partnering with. So for example, we're working with Brown University currently to do a safe recreational usage campaign, kind of coming from the standpoint that we recognize that people are going to say have sex when they go to college. So we want to make sure that people might also be using drugs and drinks safely with their first college party.
What is the process of being able to test for additional substances that you currently are unable to today?
Yeah, so we have an AI ML model that's allowing us to track where outbreaks are occurring in populations. We're pulling data from things like police reports as well as anonymous self-reporting on our own platform once we launch our product. And from that, we'll be seeing which lacing agents are commonly occurring and outbreaking in different cities. And then the turnaround to add that product to our test strip, a 6th or 7th lacing agent, would be around a month to 2 months.
And what is your manufacturing facility? How does that scale as you hopefully get to much more revenue, much more customers?
Yeah, we're working with a manufacturing facility in Massachusetts currently. We're doing our third-party validation studies with them, making sure that the accuracy results that they're getting is what we've gotten from our in-house testing. Their average contract sizes ranges anywhere from 5 to 50 million units annually, so we're not too worried about scale for the foreseeable future, but also exploring a few other options in case that one fails initially or if we want to switch later down the line.
Why hasn't BT/NX expanded outside of fentanyl?
Yeah, the primary reason is because of the risk of cross-reactivity, which is where something triggers a positive response for something it shouldn't. So if they add a second lacing agent to the test strip, their accuracy goes down substantially, which is very problematic when dealing with really small molecules that could potentially be fatal in 1 to 2 grains. How we're able to overcome that is by curating specific chemical zones on the membrane pad of our test strip that kind of act independently of each other on the same test strip itself. So it's able to still detect highly accurate results for multiple substances simultaneously.
And I will add that the closest substitute they have is creating individual test strips. So we had to create 5 test strips for each of the lacing agents we're testing for. So that's your initial MVP, having a kit that combined all 5 test strips into one. The main problem we've seen there was that it was a bit too bulky, described somewhat of as a scientific experiment rather than just making sure your drugs or drinks are safe. So that's how we came up with the 5-in-1 test strip design.
Back to the topic of risk, do you see any liability if there's an issue with either user error or, in fact, just the strip malfunctions?
And maybe backing off of that, what is the error rate? And how does that compare to the industry standard?
Yeah, do you want to talk to Arrow first?
So our current in-house testing results are between 99.5 to 99.9% accuracy. Other tests on the market are anywhere between 80 to 95%, so a substantial improvement there. In terms of limited detection, our competitors like BT/NX for fentanyl is 200 nanograms per milliliter. We're coming in at 30.33 nanograms per milliliter, which is a substantial improvement there as well. And the same can be said for the other lacing agents. There's just not a direct comparison as there's not a test strip out there.
And on the product reliability front, for the current fentanyl test strips that exist, they have a line on the packaging saying for forensic use only. So just to detect, is this laced or is it not laced? It's not giving you a recommendation on whether to continue using it if it's laced or not laced.
Got it.
One more quick question. All right, give it up for MabLab.
Thank you.
We have one more startup in this session. That startup is Stitch 3D. Presenting for Stitch 3D is founder and CEO Clark Yuan.
Hi, my name is Clark Yuan, and I'm the founder and CEO of Stitch 3D. We're building a cloud-native platform to host, view, and analyze 3D point cloud data from anywhere with ease. Hello, everyone. My name is Clark, and I'm the founder and CEO of Cydion. For the last 2 years, my team and I have been building a cloud-native platform that makes it possible for anyone to view and analyze 3D data right on the web. But first, let me tell you a quick story. So 10 years ago, when I was in the Army, deployed to Afghanistan as an intelligence officer, we were using this really cool technology called LiDAR for 3D laser scanning. Now, LiDAR data would be great for analyzing things like the steepness of a mountain road or the crater volumetrics from a roadside bomb. Only there was a huge problem. The way that we were sharing LiDAR data was literally by sending out runners with backpacks of hard drives just to get the data to that one analyst who had LiDAR-specific software already downloaded to their desktop. And then, instead of looking at a 3D model, I'd end up looking at a screenshot on a PowerPoint presentation. So there was always a lot of friction in working with 3D files, but this was not unique to the military. Here's Erlich Bachman from the 2014 Disrupt putting it nicely. Okay, so basically what he's saying is a bleeping 3D file, are you kidding me? And is it going to work? And he responds with, I hope so. So, all jokes aside, that is from the show Silicon Valley. But that was 10 years ago, and people today are still shipping 3D files when it comes to sharing 3D data. And this is because 3D data is complex. Not only are we talking about file sizes that can range from a few megabytes to a terabyte or more, but there are also a lot of different types of point cloud formats out there, making interoperability a real pain. And by the way, your Google Drives and Dropboxes of the world, they can't view any of these files. So it's become fairly clear that even though LiDAR technology is now more accessible than ever, a broken digital infrastructure is keeping all this data locked up. 3D data cloud processing is the next big revolution in spatial computing, and the US military is investing behind that. The Air Force has funded Cydion with 6 R&D contracts worth $1.8 million to go re-engineer the future of cloud architecture and make 3D data universal, not just for the military, but for industry at large. Let me show you what we built. So what you're seeing here is the core Cydion platform, and we've re-engineered the backend so that the upload pipeline can handle point clouds of any file type or size. And this is really the secret sauce behind our architecture. But we've hidden all of that complexity behind a UI that is simple and familiar. So if you want to go and see who's shared a file with you, you just go to your shared folder. You can search, sort, filter, everything you'd imagine you'd be able to do on a normal data platform. But unlike a Dropbox or a Google Drive, where you can't see the 3D files, here we can open up a 13 megabyte file, or this 39 gigabyte file from Lahaina. Now, Lahaina is a unique data set because for those of you who remember, this was a city that was completely burned to the ground during the wildfires on Maui last year. So the first thing we can do is we can map it to a spatial map to give it some contextuality. And the government is really struggling right now to move people that have been dislocated by the fire back into their homes. So they requested LiDAR data to help with that analysis. Here you can see the topography, elevation of the land. And something that's really cool is if you want to see how many structures are still standing at Lahaina, this is it. Everything else burned to the ground. And this information is exactly what the government needs to be able to forecast cost for planning the restoration projects. So we can help expedite that analysis by doing things like measuring the area of a plot of land that needs to be recovered. Or we can do things like measuring the stockpile volume to track all the material that's coming on an island, for example, of this gravel stockpile. Now, we initially built the technology to measure bomb craters for the Air Force, but there are a lot of different dual-use applications for 3D data. And here you can see the volume calculation there. And then once you're done with all of the analysis, you can just simply share with somebody using their email or with a public link. And of course, if you want to really see light and dark mode, there's that as well. So LiDAR use cases have become increasingly horizontal. For example, Ryan is out there mapping traffic accidents with his iPhone LiDAR to help police departments with the 3D investigation. Or there's Daniel, who's flying drone LiDAR to map golf courses for EA Games. And then there's Brian, who's doing 3D laser mapping of schools and buildings for renovation projects. All of these small business owners have previously struggled with sharing 3D files with their clients, but with Stitch 3D, that's no longer an issue. And there are a lot of these SMB surveying firms out there. We believe that these are the folks that will help usher in the next $100 billion industry that is the 3D data market.
which is why we're building our technology to service the SMB market first. We believe that these users will not only help us build a more robust product, but also help us prove product love. Already, we're generating about $1,800 of MRR monthly, and with no user churn, and our user growth rate is averaging 25% month over month. And when the time comes to build vertical features to drive enterprise value, we will already have a strong recurring revenue base to operate from. And one more thing. Today, right here at TechCrunch, we are unveiling our newest product, a Stitch 3D LiDAR app. We built this app initially for users to be able to scan and share 3D on the go. But for those in this audience who are just 3D curious, go ahead and download the app. Scan for yourself, as you see I'm doing here during rehearsal yesterday. It's super easy. Just scan, share, and save. We built all this with a very small team of engineers and only $700,000 of pre-seed funding. If you believe the future is 3D, come join us on our journey. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Stitch 3D. We love it when people launch things on the stage. Judges, who has questions?
Thanks for the presentation. Are the Air Force contracts all phase 1?
Phase 2s.
Phase 2. Awesome.
2 phase 2, 4 phase 1s.
Nice.
And then 2 active phase 1s that are going for phase 2s.
Okay. Awesome.
What do you think the biggest commercial application will be for your SMBs?
So that's a loaded question. It's kind of like asking, like, what are the biggest use cases for a camera? What we're seeing right now is, people are using LiDAR in all sorts of creative ways. Insurance companies, for example, can really use LiDAR to map topography, whether it's for mapping floodplains on a big scale basis to see, like which area codes can be insured and which area codes cannot, instead of just saying like all of Miami is no longer insurable. And then at a miniature scale level, people are mapping or capturing their cars, their buildings, their roofs with their iPhone LiDAR. So really, the data is being used in creative ways now. And what we're trying to do is make it more accessible for people to access LiDAR data. And this will allow us to increase the number of use cases that are possible.
What's the revenue model? I know you had 1,800 MRR for an SMB. If I'm going to scan my roof, for example, what am I paying?
Yeah, so right now it's a freemium SaaS subscription model. So we're charging folks just on storage. So it's $20, $50, $100 a month for your storage needs. And we've already started to release in-app features for vertical requirements, such as doing digital elevation modeling, drawing contour lines, and these will be priced as in-app self-serve features. Long term, we do have a dual-use go-to-market strategy with the Air Force. We're already in the pipeline with them, but we're looking at enterprise contracts down the road to service the larger organizations like an Exxon or a General Motors who have a 3D reality capture need.
What are your current gross margins and how do they scale over time?
Yeah, so currently it's hard to say what our gross margins are. We currently don't have any gross margins in terms of just our server costs and based on what we're charging people. But long term, this is going to turn to kind of a classic SaaS margin operation. And just looking at comps, we're expecting margins in the 85% range. And current revenue is just from our SMB users right now, but eventually we'll scale to larger enterprise clients.
Who are your next few hires?
So it's a product-led growth strategy for our go-to-market. So we're going to hire a few more engineers to help us, execute a product-led growth playbook in terms of, building more features into the product itself that kind of don't really add to the core 3D technology that we're building for, but just to make the product a little bit more robust so people can have an easier way of signing up and creating accounts. But yeah, I imagine our next few hires will also be engineers.
Are you focused on building any integrations into other industrial software systems, maybe a CAD system or anything else, kind of post-data collection?
Yeah, we've been asked that question a lot, and I think that's something that our user base wants. So yes, long term, that is definitely on our roadmap, but the reality right now is we have a team of 4 engineers, and so what we want to do is use the capital we have right now to make the product as robust as it can be for 3D interaction, and then down the road, really expand out the platform to be able to plug in with other CAD software, BIM, modeling software.
What are the biggest bottlenecks to unlocking further enterprise traction?
Unlocking, sorry, what?
Getting the enterprises aboard.
Yeah, so there's a lot of data security requirements, team features, a lot of enterprise features that you'd imagine.
Like on-prem a problem?
On-prem problems. There's a way of, there's a status quo problem. People have always used on-prem hard drives when dealing with 3D data. So convincing an IT department to shift everything to the cloud is a challenge in itself, so we have to really prove out that our data security is in place, which I think we can do because we're already in the pipeline with the Air Force, and so that's already on our mind, long term for enterprise data security. But when you're talking about managing hundreds to a low number of terabytes for the SMBs to potentially petabytes of data for an enterprise, there's definitely infrastructure challenges that we'll need to engineer around. But I think a lot of that just comes with more capital and more engineers.
When you think about going from a military contract to a commercial contract, how are you making sure the team's mindset is less project-based and more actual application-based over time?
Yeah, it's I think that's a problem sometimes I even struggle with, because we see all the possibilities that are out there for different 3D applications. So something that we constantly just iterate within the team is like, what are we building for right now? Right now we're building for the SMB surveyors and engineers out there who just need a way to share data. They want to give their clients a way to view the 3D model, make some measurements, and communicate on a 3D viewer. So we've architected the infrastructure to be able to do that. But when you think about big vertical tools like object extraction, for example, object detection, that's something that the Air Force wants to be able to do to automatically identify bombs that have been littered in the war zone. That's going to take significant amount of engineering work to be able to add those features in. And I think it just we have to build our roadmap to solve for the current users while keeping like the big picture in mind.
It's hard to serve two masters.
Yeah, given the early adoption and the early stage of this technology right now, we think the SMBs are the early adopters, while there's like a long tail of these early adopters, and eventually the rest of the industry will catch up. And then when they do, we'll be ready to go with enterprise features.
All right, give it up one more time for Stitch 3D. And that concludes session 2 of the Startup Battlefield. The judges are going to follow me backstage. They're going to help us choose some finalists. Before we do that, though, let's have one more round of applause for our Startup Battlefield judges.
It's time to rethink prescription treatment for depression symptoms with an app. Tap into your brain's power to take on depression symptoms with Rejoin, the first and only prescription app for adults age 22+ who want to add to their antidepressant medication. But wait, a prescription for an app? Unlike wellness apps, Rejoin is authorized by the FDA and backed by a clinical trial, which showed when people on antidepressant medication added Rejoin, it reduced their depression symptoms with 0 side effects. Think of Rejoin like physical therapy for your brain. It's 6 weeks of proven brain training exercises and short skills-based therapy lessons that help improve how your brain processes emotions. With regular practice, doing these targeted exercises can change how your brain works. Rejoin does not replace your current medication. Use as directed by your healthcare provider. If your depression symptoms worsen, seek help immediately. Open up to change. Learn more at rejoin.com.
Right. Hi, everybody. And now, I hope you're having a good time. We're going to switch gears now because obviously, at TechCrunch Disrupt, it's impossible not to ignore the creator economy. And do you remember those early days? You started out on Facebook, you thought Facebook was cool, and eventually your parents joined. Then you thought, oh, we've got a new place, Instagram. Everyone go to Instagram. And then mum and dad joined Instagram as well, and the uncle. What's going on? And then you thought, it's okay, Snap. No, they got to Snap. There's nowhere to hide. Everybody's on social media. But the creator economy ticks on, of course. And TikTok is obviously massive. So how do you approach all of this now? Well, here to move the conversation on is going to be a session on consumer culture and creators with Erin and Sarah Foster. Now, these are 2 of the industry's most famous sisters who sitting down alongside business partner Phil Schwartz to talk about consumer investing, culture curation, and what it means to be a curator in the modern era, because it's such an interesting subject. How do you do this now? It's 2024. It's much more sophisticated now. So, ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Erin Foster, Sarah Foster, Phil Schwartz, and your moderator, of course, is TechCrunch's very own Dominic Midori Davis. A round of applause. Thank you. Right. Come. Just adjusting the microphone. 1 second.
We should have just done this on.
We're coming. Sorry. Good. Okay. We made it.
There you go.
Sorry, we had a little bit of a mic issue.
Sarah loves to make a dramatic entrance.
Fitting.
Hugely dramatic.
Okay. Hi, guys. I can't see anything. We got to just. And we can.
Hi.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for coming out, and I'm really excited for today's panel, and I'm sure everyone here is too. Although everyone might not know it, I'm sure most people here have interacted with pieces of Sarah and Erin's empire, whether it's watching the hit Netflix show Nobody Wants This, or listening to their podcasts, or buying their clothes, or buying from some of the companies that they've invested in with their work at Oversubscribed Ventures. And alongside Erin and Sarah, we have their business partner, Phil Schwartz, former CMO of Tender, former head of growth at Match Group, and current partner at the early stage firm Corazon Capital. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thanks for having us.
And to dive right in, Sarah and Erin, you were some of the early figures in entertainment to take on a big role at a tech company, serving as the co-creative heads at Bumble. What did your job entail, and why did you decide to take on a job in tech at a time where a lot of celebs were not going down that path?
It was pretty cool. We did a panel with Whitney Wolf and
2017.
Yeah. And we just had a good rapport with her, and she was about to launch Bumble Biz and Bumble BFF, and she really wanted somebody to come in and help sort of educate the consumer on being on the dating app without dating if you're in a relationship. And so she asked us if we wanted to do it, and it seemed insane because we didn't know what that meant, but we said yes, and we figured we would just figure it out.
I mean, I think, too, a huge part of being a strategic investor is helping a company to relevance and educating the consumer. So for us, she was like, okay, here's Erin and Sarah. They've cultivated and, for the most part, all female audience. We do have some guys, too, actually, but mostly female, and they trust them. So we want them to be the people that educate the consumer on why it's not weird to meet a friend on Bumble or why it's not weird to meet a coworker. And so
But Whitney was very innovative when she saw the merging of entertainment and tech together, and she took a huge chance on us. And we always really credit her for opening our eyes up to this space.
I mean, to be clear, I'm sure there were many people that told her it was a terrible idea hiring us.
Yeah, that's probably true.
100%, but that's what Whitney Wolf does. That's how she's the founder of a multi-billion-dollar company, is that she thinks outside the box, and it turned out to be the greatest pivot for us.
No, that's so funny. Were you guys thinking about entering tech before then at all? It just wasn't. Yeah.
Definitely not.
That's so funny. From the importance of learning about equity and consumer acquisition, what did you learn from your time at Bumble that helped you as you went on to launch all of your various businesses?
I mean, I think we learned quickly on what moves the needle and what doesn't, and what the heavy lifts are compared to the light lifts. As an investor, when you're investing in multiple companies, you got to figure out quickly what moves the needle, but it's not your main focus, right?
But also understanding that you need to have a decent amount of equity in a company to really make money. So we thought oh my God, we have this amount of equity in this company that's going public, and everyone thought we were about to buy planes. It didn't happen. So you need to have real skin in the game to be able to make a difference.
And of course, you're not doing all of this alone. You have Phil here. Phil, how did you meet Erin and Sarah?
We met at Tinder.
Not on Tinder.
Not on Tinder.
Happily married.
Yes. In my previous role at Tinder, we did some work together, created some content together in an effort to sort of increase the appeal of Tinder for women, which,
it's hard to do.
Which is hard to do. It's an uphill climb. And we just had a very good rapport early on. So we've known each other actually for a decade now. They went on to do great things, obviously, at Bumble. They also then went on to do great things at Mirror, the fitness company, which
came from Phil.
Which I introduced them to,
Yeah, he brought us into a few early companies that we worked with, and then when we thought about starting a fund, he was the clear person to, be the man of our operation.
You reach a point when you become sort of front-facing investors in these businesses where you realize, wait, we're doing a lot of work, and we don't have any skin in the game.
We wanted Phil to be doing all that work. You know what I mean?
That's true. And it worked out very well. I'm a partner at Corazon Capital. And so we have, Corazon is an early stage fund, but we're on our third fund. We have more assets and more people. And so we figured out that we could help Erin and Sarah create a fund, do a lot of the heavy lifting that's really hard for first-time fund managers to do. And that we just kind of figured out after working together for a while that we had totally complementary skill sets and expertise.
It's a perfect marriage, and I think it's something that we're going to see VCs and talent sort of adopt. It's really incredible. We have Corazon, they lead rounds, we don't lead rounds. They take board seats, we don't take board seats. They do all the due diligence, all the back office. We don't have time to do that. So we bring something to the table that they don't, and they bring something to the table that we don't. We source deal flow coming from over here, they source it coming from over there. And I do think it's something that we're going to see happening more. I think we're going to start seeing VCs combining with talent.
Yeah, I think
coming together with talent to do. Yeah.
I think that's totally right. I mean, listen, there are a lot of things we're very good at Corazon. Erin and Sarah are great at a number of things that we are not. And I think, what makes...
Thank you, Phil.
You're very welcome. What makes this work, though, I think is we're all like very self-aware. I think we all know where we're good and where we...
Well, we are more than Sarah is.
Sarah is not self-aware at all. Yes, that's true. But, we know where our strengths are and where our weaknesses are, and we, I think, complement one another in that respect. And so I think it sort of powers the whole thing. But I believe they are incredibly unique in the world of venture, and it makes total sense to me that they have a venture fund. They have, I can say these things about you, and hopefully, they have a hit podcast, they have a clothing brand that is highly relevant, they have a TV show on Netflix. It's one of the top shows on Netflix. It was #1 right after it launched. And they have a very engaged audience that I think you relate to really well. And they're all consumer-facing assets that are very rare in the scheme of venture capital. And it makes total sense that they should have a venture fund.
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of really going to be my next question in terms of venture is messy and hard and expensive. And so why specifically launch a venture firm?
I always say I much prefer angel investing. I mean, who doesn't? Raising money is really hard, especially as a first-time fund managers. And we were raising at a time when it wasn't as sexy to be raising, but it is. Can you say sexy?
Is it ever sexy to be asking people for money?
No,
I don't think it is.
But I do think investing...
We have 2 people laughing in the front. I really appreciate you guys really engaging, because tech conferences can be stiff, you guys. It's a little tense up here,
But we didn't raise money because that's what people are doing now. You're seeing people in tech, in venture that don't belong in venture, that don't have their MBAs. We're sitting here right now, we don't have our MBAs.
Yeah.
We really had a problem. The problem was we were getting a lot of deal flow with real allocations, and we were having to just leave it on the table because we couldn't keep writing checks. So we raised money because we had to, not because...
Yeah, we had lots of opportunities, but we aren't in a position to be able to write really big checks personally, and that was the best solution.
Yeah, how did fundraising go? I think you launched in 20...
We learned a lot.
Yeah.
We made a lot of mistakes.
Yeah, we did. We also ended lots of friendships with people who said no.
Really?
But we were also really intentional because LPs are people that you have a relationship with, and our fund is not massive, so you have to be very intentional with who you're taking money from. And we were very clear that we didn't want to take money from friends because that's awkward, going to dinner and then being like, really? I saw that update, doesn't look so great, That's not fun for anybody. So we were really intentional about no friends, no family.
Yeah, and I think to your credit, I think we took it very seriously. You've never raised outside capital before this.
No. We're in a joint venture with our clothing brand. We didn't have to raise money.
Right, and so I think we took it and continue to take it very seriously. And I think, listen, the challenge is, the 2 of them are sort of unapologetically who they are. They have, they're funny and they do a lot. They have a lot of different things in their ecosystem, and so when you pitch a fund that looks completely different than most funds. Like they, there is never a moment where they're going to spend 100% of their time on the fund. And that we
that's
fundamentally
why we have
believe,
deal flow.
Yeah, exactly. We fundamentally believe that's a great thing because.
But even calling it oversubscribed ventures really was a nod to our sense of humor, because we know that this is not a space that we naturally belong in, and so we aren't trying to like cosplay as like fund managers. We're trying to be ourselves and take our unique point of view and our skill sets and bring it into this world and inject that in an authentic and honest way without pretending to be anything different than we are.
How did you decide what sectors you wanted to focus on?
I mean, I think we were pretty clear because that consumer, obviously, and then tech companies that amplify consumer businesses made sense for us because our audience is the customer. So we weren't going to be doing like SaaS or B2B. I mean, maybe some B2B, but it was pretty obvious because we need to be the customer and our audience needs to be the customer, or we're not of value.
And I'm sure being a founder has really helped you when it comes to advising other founders. What do you tell some of your portfolio companies regarding what makes a successful consumer business today?
I have to say, you're really amazing. Erin is really in the weeds with our founders. I mean, I think we're all sitting here at Works because we really all do have different skill sets. And you're really good and in the weeds with our founders. You reply much faster than I do.
Thank you. Well, we've noticed, I think Whitney Wolf actually had this interesting effect where she was one of these early founders who became famous with the company. And it didn't used to happen very often, right? You didn't know who the founder of a company was. And so we started to encounter founders who were thinking about their Forbes cover instead of thinking about running their business. And you can really see the difference with someone who is there in the them business or in the business of the product that they're creating. And it's really a downfall of a lot of founders when they're really focused on their own value and their own front-facing persona as opposed to the company that they're building. Because everyone knows it takes a lot of attention and really like losing your ego in the process. And if you can't really focus on that and you're focused on your own fame, it's a huge distracting
She also operates on her instincts. I mean, hence why she hired Erin and I. It was just instinctual. She met us speaking on this panel. She's like, those two, they're going to help me, launch the,
Yeah.
And
it's not following like a formula, but doing what feels right.
Yeah. No, that's actually really interesting because I think I was reading in Women's Wear Daily like yesterday or today or something where there was some new research that came out that said a lot of consumers want to buy, or they buy like two-thirds of consumers are now choosing to buy from creator-founded products. And so what does that mean for like being like just an average founder looking to break into this space? Because you don't want to focus too much on like the Forbes cover, but that's what a lot of consumers are looking for.
I think it's like you have to have both sides. I mean, there are people who are pushing products and selling products that you can't trust, right? There's lots of people on social media, and just because they're attached to it doesn't mean that the business is going to do well. So I think it's a factor because things are more front-facing now, but it's not a recipe for success every time. I mean, if Kim Kardashian posts your product, it doesn't mean it's going to sell out, right? It has to be an authentic connection, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. So relying on that or expecting to be able to just put yourself in some formula that's already in motion, I don't see that working.
It might not sell out right then and there. What do they say? It takes the consumer 3 times of visually.
It might be even more than that.
Is it more? Where you see it there, then you see it there, and then you go, okay, now I'm going to press buy. But that's why Erin and I and Phil get access to the deal flow we do, because it's a little bit of like a cheat code, because we talk about it all the time, like achieving relevance in your business, customer acquisition, it's changed. It's crazy. It's so much harder. And I don't know if it's because of oversaturation, because you would think it would be easier because of social media and the way that we just have access all the time, but it's not. It's actually harder.
I totally agree, and in fact, I think one of the side effects of the cost of starting a company plummeting is that you have obviously more companies competing, and so getting a consumer's attention is incredibly difficult. So like we talk about all the time, like you have to help a company start a conversation about its products. And like, I mean, that, by the way, that I think is the cheat code. Like I think they are in the business of starting conversation about things. And in the absence of that, you just have a consumer looking at a product. Like you don't have a relationship to that product. And That, I think, is where we can help try to plug the gap in the early stage.
Well, we're of no value if we just have oversubscribed ventures. What our value is the flywheel, is the ecosystem. It's the same girl that is buying Favorite Daughter, our clothing brand, if you're not aware, buying Favorite Daughter, listening to the podcast, watching the TV show. I mean, way more people are. If the amount of people watching the TV show were buying Favorite Daughter, we wouldn't be sitting here right now. We'd be on our 787s. So
Yeah,
that's not happening. But they will, right? They will. So that's the thing. The special sauce with us, I don't know, can I say that without sounding like a monster? But
well, you already said it.
The special sauce of us, the only reason we get deal flow is because of the flywheel.
Well, yeah, you actually just talked on what I was going to ask
Sorry,
about.
we keep stealing all your questions, Dom.
No.
Sorry about that.
And I guess, what are some creative ways, I guess, that companies can now attract consumers if everything is so oversaturated?
God, Phil.
It's a good question. Phil, take this one, because this sounds like a hard one.
Listen, I think, first of all, I don't think any amount of marketing doesn't substitute for a great product. So let's just table stakes. If you're, and it depends what business you're in, but if you're in a consumer products business, got to have a great product. The customer, it's very hard to build any semblance of lifetime value if somebody buys your product once and then never comes back to it. And you know from running Favorite Daughter, obviously, that you have to deliver products that people love.
And you also can't, the question is sort of an impossible question. It's like, how do you make something go viral? How do you make people like something?
When founders say that to us, we're always like, red flag, when they're like, okay, how do we make this go viral?
It's just the idea of creating that swell of attention is impossible. And, I don't want to steal your question if you have a question about the TV show, but I was going to say something about it. Do you want to?
No, go.
Okay, great. I'll just keep going then. So something that I experienced with the show on Netflix is that a lot of TV is just like any other space where everyone is trying to catch up to the last thing that hit big. So it's like, oh, everybody, okay, so let's make clean makeup, or let's do a non-alcoholic beverage drink. It's like, what's the thing? And everyone's trying to catch up. It's the same thing in TV. It's like, okay, Ted Lasso's hitting right now, so everybody wants something that's like a feel good, or everyone wants a office comedy. And when you're chasing that thing, right by the time you get there, it's on to something else. So when I was writing the TV show Nobody Wants This, I wasn't thinking, oh, rom-coms are coming back. I was thinking, what's the story that is right for me to tell? And I'm going to tell that story. And maybe nobody watches it. And maybe nobody,
maybe nobody wants
maybe nobody wants it. I really did. I didn't know if anyone was going to watch it or not. But I wasn't writing it with the thought of people watching it and planning ahead. You have to stay focused on where you're at right then. I'm only meant to tell that story, not your story or his story. I'm telling the story that I know how to tell. And if people like it, that isn't something I can control. It's the same thing for founders.
And by the way, now everybody's like, rom-coms.
Right.
We gotta do rom-coms.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a lane that we should be in, and now we should.
And we spoke a little bit about how now a lot of celebrities want to be investors, and we spoke about being authentic. And how have you seen the mindset of a lot of founders change over the past few years when it comes to just working with celebrities and who they pick to put on their cap tables?
Oh, I think it's changed so much. I mean, it used to be we'd talk to founders, and the first thing they'd say is, "What celebrity should I give 20% of the company to?" Mm-hmm. We're like, hold on to all of your equity. You are not giving away 20%. You're not even giving away 2%. That's crazy. And what is that celebrity gonna do for you? I think it used to be not only who should I bring on, but what celebrity should I make my co-founder? And I think that's dissipated a little bit. None of our founders have that mindset anymore. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't work, but I think that we were conditioned for a long time to think that that's a hit. Right? That's an automatic hit.
Yeah.
And that we now know that
a lot of times that person's just willing to have you put their name in a press release, and I don't think that's really going to make a consumer buy something.
Yeah, I think the world has changed in a couple different ways. One, 10 years ago, a single Kim Kardashian post could have made
absolutely.
And let's be clear, Kim Kardashian still moves the needle.
No
I mean,
question.
when she posts Favorite Daughter, we're like, oh my God,
Yes.
and we screenshot it and we send it around.
No,
and
it's so exciting for us, but the idea that a person passively acknowledging a brand, it was more relevant 10 years ago than it is today.
Yeah, and so I think now you're in this place where you sort of have to stack the deck, as a founder, stack the deck as much in your favor as you possibly can, and find people to put on your cap table that can add tangible value. And that is what Corazon does in its own way. We've been builders, we've built marketplaces and subscription business and all those things. And if you're in the world of consumer, you're building those things, we can help you a ton on the operating side. Oversubscribed, if you're doing anything in the consumer touching world, consumer tech, consumer products, things that, where there's a challenge in marketing or a challenge in creating a conversation, oversubscribe can really create relevance for a company.
Yeah.
And that is the goal of what we're doing.
Connect you to the people you need to be connected to. I mean, one of our founders right now had an idea, and Erin has them, you know, in Netflix the next day, right? The day after, right?
Yeah, use me.
Yeah, I think we spoke a little bit about the attention economy and how that is also something to offer. Because I was also going to say, like, aside from business advice and capital, like, what else do you see Oversubscribed Ventures offering your founders?
Offering our founders?
Oh, what do we offer them?
I mean, it's just, we offer them, they can hang out with us.
They can't,
no.
They can babysit.
Yeah. No, we really, I mean, we offer to be a part of the
First of all, we're on text with all of them.
Okay, so you're just going to take my answer.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So
Go ahead, Erin.
All the things that we're talking about that's in our wheelhouse, they become kind of a part of that bigger family. So anything we can think of, like the investment that Sarah's talking about is a company called 831 Stories. They want to become sort of like the A24 of romance novels. Romance is booming. It's a huge category, whether it be teen romance novels or adult romance. And so having a connection at Netflix and being able to, for us to be able to produce those stories that are in their novels and turning them into TV shows, it's like a clear connector. And so it's really, they get brought into our world, and we take advantage of any access that we have so that we can bring it all together.
Yeah, we plug our founders into our system. We're going to talk about your brand on our podcast. We're going to maybe write it into a script. We're going to do a gifting. We have a gifting list of, you know, hundreds of people so you really get plugged into our system.
And I would say, in contrast, by the way, to most celebrity funds, I mean, they're very much in it. Like Erin, I mean, they're very tactical and very hands-on, and that makes a huge difference for founders. Like that, you know, both. I mean, a lot of people only see the front-facing stuff, but there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes that are very value-add that I think they are.
But a lot of people, I think, especially celebrities, they think about Fund 1. Like we'd love Fund 2 and Fund 3.
Yeah.
So you have to remember that in order to raise Fund 2, they're going to go back to the founders from Fund 1 and say, what was it like working with Erin and Sarah? And I think people don't think about that a lot. They get really excited about Fund 1, but there's many funds,
hopefully,
that will go after that. So.
And you spoke about bringing founders into your ecosystem, and because you, like with your empire, you have found a way to like not only acquire customers, but to keep them engaged and to keep them coming back. So how did you build your ecosystem that builds upon itself?
We listen to people, you know, especially with Favorite Daughter, we are really, really in the weeds on listening to our customer and designing things with her in mind. And so we, you know, that's the interesting thing about being a front-facing person is you have access to people and they have access to you. And so we get feedback all the time on businesses, companies that we're looking at, products from Favorite Daughter, conversations we're having on our podcast, and we take it all into account.
We also spent many years sort of piggybacking on what you're saying, learning from other people. We weren't like, ooh, we need to be founders. That's what we have to do. You know, it's interesting. I just spoke at Stanford a couple weeks ago, and I was talking to all these first-year students. They're at Stanford, and they're brilliant, and they're, you know, getting their MBAs, and they all said the same thing, which is that they feel so much pressure that if they don't drop out year 2 with an idea, they're failures, which was shocking for me to hear. Like, and the Louisa, who's the founder of Rowan, who I'm an investor in, was like, guys, let's deprogram you. Let's normalize how important it is to work at great companies and to work for great founders. And if your idea comes along the way, which it most likely will, then great. But I think there's so much pressure now because of—
Be like a 19-year-old with $1 billion idea.
Yes, like not everybody is going to be, you know, at their computer, second year coming up with Facebook. It's just, we need to reprogram our young people. So sorry, to answer your question, Erin and I weren't like, oh my God, what's our company? We have to be founders. Everyone's a founder. Everyone cool is a founder. We have to be a founder. It really just happened because of all the years of doing all the other things.
And I love asking founders this question because everybody talks about their wins. But what are some early, like, maybe duds or, like, I hate to call them failures, but, like, maybe moments you look back on and they were not so funny, but maybe they're funny now?
At Favorite Daughter?
Like, in terms of building out your company, yeah.
I mean, I remember one moment where we started the business. Well, first of all, we started and launched the business in COVID, so that was
really fun.
That was not ideal, but we were like, all right, well, here we are. We've got we got to just figure it out. But I think that we sort of, I don't want to speak for you, but I think I definitely came into it thinking,
okay, we have such important relationships with people. We have great relationships with people in different e-commerce platforms. We're not going to have any problem.
Like selling clothes?
Yeah, getting them to carry favorite daughter to place an order. So I emailed ShopUp really early on. And I go, congratulations, I started a fashion brand and I'm gonna let you have it, Because I had we had a previous relationship with them. And they emailed back and they were like, oh, that's so cute.
We're like, thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, we're actually not interested. And I was like, ooh, okay. And I had to go crawl back to the team after I had bragged about I have a relationship at ShopUp.
Mm-hmm.
Cut to, a year later, they called us and they said, Favorite Daughter is the most searched brand on our site that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And we need you. And then we were like, okay, we'll get back to you. No. Right? We were very.
I think there's a lot of moments like, for me as a writer, sitting here and having this like hit show. My first writing job, which was when I was 29 years old, I wasn't like 19. Like I started writing in TV at almost 30 years old.
You started writing much earlier. Nobody hired you.
Thank you. This is my answer.
And then,
okay.
I want to set the stage.
Okay, you got the biggest laughs at my expense.
I wanted to set the stage that you had been writing for many years.
Okay, the point is that I got fired from that first job. And I had someone say to me, like, you really shouldn't be a writer. You're not good at this. And I believed it, of course. I mean, it's my first job. You already think you're terrible, and someone confirms you're terrible. And so it was a really confusing, scary time. And so cut to, 12 years later, and it comes full circle. It takes time. I didn't have the success I wanted at the age you want to have it at. You have it a decade later, and it's even more meaningful then. And for Favorite Daughter, as founders, when we started the business, I think we thought like, we'll start it, and then it'll just sort of like, and the engine will just be there. It'll just kind of like work on its own.
We really didn't.
Our partner who owns Centric Brands, that is our financial partner, he sat us down for dinner and he was like, yeah, the business isn't doing that well. And
Erin said, you're giving us a really cold shower.
Yeah, anyway, it was just it was a reality check, and it made us realize we had to really tap back in because it doesn't just operate on its own. We have to be the engine, and we're the engine in all of our businesses.
And you have to constantly be getting creative because as the theme of this, it's really
hard.
You
already had your turn, okay? Back to Dom.
Okay.
I find one lesson that founders learn from them is that you really have to live your company. Like I just see what they do with Favorite Daughter, and I don't play any role in Favorite Daughter. I just see what they do kind of from the outside, and it is constant. It is every day, really thinking about it all day and really getting creative on how you push that out there. Because any founder that thinks that, there's a winner's bias sort of when we look back at companies, and any founder that thinks that like things are up and to the right all the time is crazy. Like it never goes, even the companies that look like they're doing amazing are having all kinds of turmoil inside, I can assure you.
Yeah.
And so you just need people around that have been there and deal with that every day so that you know how to help guide founders.
And you need to know how to filter advice. Really, people that we really respected said to us, just be D2C. Don't lean into wholesale partners. Like the best way to get acquired one day, the best way to really own your customer is to just be D2C. And so at least for me, I was like, okay, we got to be D2C.
Also, everybody told us not to take on a financial partner.
True.
They said own 100% of your business, and we were like, we don't want to, because then we have to run 100% of our business. We don't have time to do that. We need a partner. And we're so happy that we listen to ourselves, because when you're doing something that is new and different in a different way, people aren't going to understand it, and that's okay. But then it's not for them.
Because people we really respected told us not to do that and not to lean into our wholesale partners, and Nordstrom has turned out to be the greatest partner. It's changed our business. If Nordstrom will grow with you, the sky's the limit.
And I feel like before we wrap, I have to ask about AI. Where does everyone here stand on AI, and how do you think it's going to disrupt the livelihoods of creators?
If we don't understand it, we don't invest in it. And I got to be honest with you, I don't even have ChatGPT. I shouldn't say that probably. I don't even have it on my phone. I don't even have it.
It's funny, I think of it as a writer because we did a strike over this last year. It was one of many things. And when the writers were on strike, everyone had these really creative signs they were holding, because it's like you're writers, you have to come up with something really clever on your sign. And there was one that went viral that was like, ChatGPT doesn't have childhood trauma. And it's like, that's where our creativity comes from. So I don't think anyone can take that from us. We used ChatGPT to think of like the basketball like name,
Lots of ballers.
Lots of ballers. Like it was like ChatGPT came up with that, but they can't write a script. I mean, there are movies coming out that. Sorry, I'm making this about myself, but there are movies that are coming out that are clearly AI, and it's like they're not good. So I do think that it can be used for good. I think it can also be pointless in some areas, and I'm sure it's evil on some level, right? Feels like it is.
No, but we haven't invested any through our fund. I mean, we've obviously a bunch of AI companies have come across our desk, and we've looked at them. There was one we were going to invest in, but so far, not. But look. We're probably going to have to
embrace it.
I'm probably going to have to download ChatGPT.
Phil, your thoughts?
I think it's still the early innings. I think there's equal parts risk and opportunity to it. We are totally open to looking at looking at various AI companies, and of course, we have an investment in a few. I think to Erin's point, like the ChatGPT substituting for the lived human experience, it's just not a thing that I see in any time in the near future. Like the lived human experience is unique to humans. And I don't see ChatGPT being able to kind of step in and do that. Anybody that's used it or it substitutes to try to write a script or write it, I mean, it's very obviously written by AI and that will get better. But I think, creators should feel pretty good about, if they can, just their unique human experience being able to be translated into a work of art. And ChatGPT having a tougher time substituting.
I'm interested in the lane of it helping, like as a Shopify plugin, something that can help the user experience on Favorite Daughter, the trying on. Everyone's looking for a way to decrease returns. Returns are a huge problem in lifestyle brands. So, that's an area
it can be used for good.
Would interest me.
Yep. Yeah.
Us.
And I think, by the way, I think more broadly than AI. I think we would love to, we are very focused on investing on sort of at the intersection of consumer and technology. And I think, and that may involve AI and it may not, but I think that's where our focus really is.
And that is all we have time for today. So, Phil, Sarah,
thank you, Dom.
Erin, thank you for coming out. See you guys tomorrow.
Thank you. I just clapped for ourselves.
Take this water.
Great job, everyone. Fantastic. Brilliant.
Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, and welcome everyone to the Builders Stage and this fantastic session. I hope you all had a good time here so far and had a great meal, and now are ready for the talk, right? Yeah. Okay, good. All right, so I'm here to welcome Jia Li, co-founder, Chief AI Officer, and our main guest today. So Jia Li is co-founder of LifeX AI, and she's here to talk to us about her company, AI Agents, and what are the trends in the market. So hopefully we'll have a good session, and of course there are many interesting things to talk about. But yeah, why don't we start by saying a quick introduction, and also let us know why LifeX?
Thank you, Elenia. And thank you everyone for being here. I'm Jia. I'm an AI technologist. I'm passionate about how to simplify everyday life. That's exactly how we started to build LifeX AI. And as a founder, this is a small company that I work on. But as an AI technologist, I've been working from big companies like Google Cloud, and leading the full stack of AI products at Google Cloud before, and also small companies like Snap, when they were 100, 200 people, building that fun AI and AR team from scratch. And now becoming an entrepreneur and realize how different startup life is comparing to the Snap type of hyper-growth, super fast growth, and innovation type of experience. And today, hope to share more with everyone. And AI agents obviously is one of the top buzzwords these days. I realized that when I was teaching at Stanford on generative AI, And I saw many of my students from business school, from medical school, they're all building AI agents by themselves, even without any AI experience. I'm so passionate about how generative AI is going to change everybody, how we work, how we live, and how we make impact. So today, thanks Elenia and everyone that I have a chance to share my experience, my learning, and hopefully a little bit of my passion on how AI agents can change the world.
There you go. That's great. And yes, we have heard a lot of AI agents, topics, and trends and all that, and it's fascinating to know how many people are building their own. But why don't we talk about, is it hype or are we past the hype? So are we really focused now on business outcomes? Is there a strong value proposition now that we can surely present to businesses and customers beyond the hype? So let's talk about reality check here.
Totally. I think today there are so many people who are curious about AI agents. If you probably have seen many of the, either in the news or in the social network, there are over tens of millions of AI agents that has been built. And many of them would be curious exploration at the demo stage. And I believe many of you here are the founders who already have hands dirty on AI agents and know about how much efforts that will be needed from a demo to a product. So I would say there are already a few areas that we have seen. There has been a lot of progress, for example, in marketing, in coding, sales, and in customer success, et cetera, et cetera. If we think of what are the two biggest advantages of generative AI, one is can generate a human-like type of interaction. And in the case of AI agent, you can add smooth execution on top of that as well. And when there are massive amount of siloed information, it can help connect the dots, really help the productivity and replicate that experience, right? So in our case, at LiveX AI, we want to bring that VIP experience to every customer that even when our clients have massive amount of customers or consumers, they can help guiding the customers going through that complicated product education. Day one, when you get a new gig or when you subscribe to a new program, how do you get the most value out of that? And also, along that journey, how do you use the product? Or when there is problem, how do you triage that? And when there is some rescue moment, like, hey, customer about to churn, how do you help guiding the customers go through that process, helping them to realize the product value, so you have loyal and happy customers. So we've seen this in many fields. In coding, you have a companion helping you to understand different modules of the coding process and thread different modules together and maybe make some of the components fully automatic. In our case, for example, QA of ours is fully automatic. So many of these tedious, repetitive work that AI agent can help you too, right? So it's about how do you have that VIP experience to every single individual and throughout their work, throughout everyday life. That is the huge potential of AI agents. And I'm seeing many of the companies, founders are pushing that boundary to make it happen. Of course, big tech companies are playing a big role here as well.
For sure, yeah. And we have the big tech companies. We have a lot of startups as well working on that. But you mentioned something very interesting, human-like agents, right? And customer experience as one of the areas that we're seeing a lot of impact on. But one question that has come out, and you and I have talked about it, which is when we think about the benefits and how to measure success, right, of these AI agents. I think at the beginning, everybody was worried a little about the accuracy of these new agents. Is information provided the right one? I think things around safety, things around the content and all that. But as the industry matures, right, have you seen, I'm curious, have you seen like difference in the way that we're measuring our business outcomes, the way that customers are looking at how to measure their success? Are we going to more traditional metrics, or are we still like a mix, or are we more like still on the technical side of it?
I feel there's a combination. Think of in the AI 1.0 stage, all the models will be evaluated by its accuracy, right? So, now entering the Gen AI era, there are so many models or metrics that already transform or evolve from the past, right? Think of SaaS in the past, right? So there is the per seat type of pricing model, even think of, right? So how much effort that I provide to you. And now people are looking at how AI is driving the business impact, how much cost reduction, or how much free trial conversion you can improve, how much growth you can help, or how much churn reduction you can provide. I felt that's very different than before how people are thinking about AI models. Oh, you have this accuracy, precision level, F1 score, or recall level, right? And that interdisciplinary collaboration really makes people who are building AI think about what is the impact it could drive. And as a return, the business side would drive how people are building AI products, building AI algorithms, thinking about what is the potential outcome, impact, and also risk, right? So you talk about safety. I think hallucination was not there, not existing in the past, right? So people are talking about, hey, AI can solve this problem or not. But not as today, AI would pretend it can solve the problem, right? So that is a hallucination, and how to build that trust with accurate and safe outcome, I think becomes a new critical component throughout this process.
I think you're totally right, and I think that evolution of the metrics, it's super important, but I'm glad to hear that you're thinking we're going back to like more business-oriented metrics for all these AI solutions, which is great, so it's something to keep an eye on for sure. And also I'm curious, when you are going through that development of the solutions, there's a lot of thought about tools and what do you use, and some of them work great, some of them are not so good. So what kind of, if we think that AI is not a magical one, right? What can founders do when they are developing these solutions, whether they are AI agents or any other AI type of solutions or technologies?
Totally. I felt the number one that experience I learned is in this best time to build AI products, and also most challenging time to build because of the fierce competition out there. Think of how many AI agents companies are out there. Time and timing is very important. And every company need to embrace AI so that you can really be fast in innovation and execution. And in our case, we are a lean company who wants to move really fast. And because of the great partnership with Google Cloud, NVIDIA, and many of our partners, we're able to move much faster than if we're only as our team working on such problems. For example, by collaborating with Google's GKE team and also NVIDIA's NAME team, we help addressing the two biggest challenges of AI agents. One is the accuracy, of course, and second is latency. And by combining the strengths of hardware, software, and algorithm, we were able to speed up the MOE structure of multimodal AI agents by 6 times. Yes. That is just done within 3 weeks together among the 3 companies and really 3 teams. And everybody was surprised. Of course, I think the most benefit we have seen is from the business who are collaborating with us perspective, right? Many of our clients, they have thousands and millions of users themselves. So it's hard for them to get the resource to help hand-holding every one of their customers. And by having this human-like digital AI agent with optional avatar-like type of interaction, that everyone can enjoy that moment, hey, I can be more productive, or I can find my solution much faster. And in the past, it is impossible to get that kind of 24/7 VIP experience, right? So, yeah, I think having that has been very, very helpful. And also, many of the companies, they will have a lot of, spike time. I think of your super successful AI companies, you are building very popular tools. You get a lot of customer interaction all the time, right? So how do you build that flexibility that you can easily scale up? And when there is less traffic, you don't have to spend a lot of resource on the computation, etc. In our own experience, we tried many tools. We have been using GKE Autopilot, which has been really helpful for us, both the time to market as well as the flexibility to handle such a high traffic.
And that's great. And I love the fact that you mentioned accuracy and latency as some of the things to keep an eye on, but also the fact that there's a lot of tools out there. So any advice, for instance, when you're selecting tools for AI development that you may want to share with us? I think that's something that's in top of mind for a lot of the founders here.
Totally. So for us, we are fully embracing AI tools, and we are not able to build every AI tools ourselves, apparently, right? So from sales to go-to-market, from customer support to coding, and everything to even like QA, etc. We benefit a lot from fellow innovators, either from the small startups world as well as big companies. The tools we have been leveraging. I think from myself, I would say 10 times my productivity. Like as immigrants, I don't have to correct. I always do grammatic check myself from time to time. I can check, all the Gen AI tools. Hey, like, is this the one more fit to the culture, and do I make any mistakes, right? So coding as well. When we have only 2 founders, we build our first product prototype. That without any AI tools, we won't be able to do that ourselves. And from design to coding to come up with the best workflow, etc., etc. Every time we benefit a lot. And QA, for example, right now our company fully automate that process. And it actually helps you better capture the minor mistakes that human might not be able to pay attention to.
Got it. And that's great. I think you mentioned something earlier also that time, I think you mentioned, is one of the best resources, right, that founders have and startups have, and you have to be very mindful of how you use it. So I guess what we're hearing from you is that some AI tools, even for your own use and productivity as a startup founders, is something you need to take a look at, and that's great. So thank you for sharing that. And fantastic, 2 founders and already doing all that with AI. That's great. And now you're obviously at a much later stage on that. But as you think about your journey, and I know we have a couple of minutes here, but when you think about that and how stressful you mentioned the life of a founder can be, and I'm sure that can resonate with a lot of the people here as well, I was wondering, from a mindfulness, meditation, wellness, right, for startups and startup founders, anything you can share on that, or any practice that I'm just really curious. If you have a practice that you do that you can share with us, or any app. Personally, I love Calm as a meditation practice, but can you tell us what you do?
So I'm a Calm lover too.
Oh, there you go.
I think startup is a marathon, right? So we really need to surround ourselves with great people, as well as taking good care of ourselves. So I do meditate, and I was joking, sometimes I get too deep into it, I fall asleep, and people were telling me kindly, you might enter a different state at that time. But such power nap definitely helps me, and meditation helps me to have a clear mind, looking at what is the focus and priority, and help me make the choice and make decisions easily. And also talking about community, founders sometimes can be really lonely, and I personally benefited a lot from founder community. For example, like Stanford StartX, which is for Stanford's alum and students, professors. I serve as a professor in residence there and mentor there, helping fellow founders because I went through that journey myself, and have really learned a lot from candid, transparent sharing from all these founders.
Sure.
So yeah, find the great people around you, and build a great product, build a great business, but most important, take good care of yourself.
That's a great advice. Take care of yourself as a startup founder, put your oxygen mask first, and then you help the others. So make sure that you do that. And thank you so much, for your fantastic conversation, and thank you everybody for joining us here today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a fantastic opening day here at TechCrunch Disrupt 2024. And a huge amount of content, so much content. I hope you enjoyed. Now, if you missed anything, of course, go to the app for the event. Check out the broadcast also on TechCrunch.com. And tomorrow, we have even more excitement with speakers such as General Motors CEO Mary Barra, actor and investor Ashton Kutcher, inventor of the iPhone Tony Fadell, CEO of Slack Denise Dresser, and the OpenAI board chair Brett Taylor. Definitely a few questions for him, I think. So, see you tomorrow.
Bye.